Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to bring this meeting of the County Commissioners to order, please. It's Tuesday, September 19th, and without further ado, Barry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have to remember where I am right now. Yeah, let's start with the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Reverend Ashley.
Well, good afternoon. I bring greetings from the 114-year-old Clearview United Methodist Church on 38th Avenue North in the heart of Lealman and Distant Heights in the communities of District 3 and 7, serving St. Petersburg, Pinellas County, and beyond. Let us pray. O God of many names, thank you on behalf of all who have gathered here today. Thank you for the opportunity for this meeting to give voice to your people here in our beautiful county. Thank you for life and hope in times of both abundance and scarcity, for the opportunity to fulfill our various callings and purposes, for the ability to be involved in this valuable work, for the honor of serving the needs and desires of the people of our county. Thank you for loving us from your boundless and gracious nature. The various Holy Scriptures reflect that it is appropriate for citizens to follow and obey the governing leaders as we seek to make this a place for all people to live in peace and love. Therefore, I pray for our county commissioners, staff members, county employees, and everyone assembled in this meeting. Grant us an overflowing measure of wisdom to govern amid varying interests and issues. Grant us a heart of service for the betterment of all people with a particularly keen eye for justice. Give everyone the ability to work together in harmonic unity, even amid disagreement. And give us an overflowing measure of peace in our lives and joy in our tasks. We pray for the agenda set before us today. Lead the commission in their service to benefit those who live, work, and visit our beloved county. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, our first presentation and award today is the Pinellas County Fire Professionals of the Year, Doug Higley, James King, John Mitchell, Jim Creeder.
So, you want to come up? We have to make a little adjustment since we're over here.
I know, I was trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go. Where do you want us to? Hi. Good afternoon, all of you. Today, we honor the recipients of the 2023 Pinellas County Fire Professionals of the Year Award. The awards are given to those who go above and beyond the call of duty when providing professional fire services to the community and to the members of the fire service. I'd like to play a video that gives you a brief description of the type of work that is performed by these individuals and why they were chosen to be this year's winners. At this time, and I've already asked you to come up here. That's a little different from the room we're usually in, so forgive me. So, you're the assistant chief?
Nope, I'm the assistant.
You're the assistant chief. Okay.
Underneath his wings.
And then we have Chief Higley. Okay, so you're Chief Higley.
Chief Higley. He trained both of us.
How about you introduce the other two gentlemen so I don't mess that up?
Perfect. I've actually had the honor of knowing both these gentlemen.
Can you all do a whoopie round behind her? Yeah, because they can't see.
A whoopie round. All right, so we're going to do that for you. So I'm honored to introduce these individuals who have actually known almost my entire career, a little over 18 years. This is Lieutenant Paramedic Ryan Mitchell from Pinellas Park Fire Department. And I only know him by Rich King, and he's one of your wonderful dispatchers at Regional 911.
Hello, wonderful.
And he's Jim Kreider from Pinellas County Federal Credit Union, yep.
He's got the checks. He's got the checks.
So, let me present this award to you on behalf of everyone. And if you all want to come in.
I'd love to. Hold on.
How'd you get in here?
Hold on, let's put the,
Everything, you look
Yes,
great.
we want everybody, so everybody come on out, please.
oh, yeah, well, here,
Commissioners,
Sir, yes, I am. So go to him.
this is our first time doing proclamations over here. We're getting,
We'll clean it,
got to work it out.
practicing on you.
We haven't got this figured out yet.
Are you just on the wings? I'm not tall enough.
Can we slide across the table?
What? Who wants me to stand on the table? That's about the only thing I haven't done today.
Try to sandwich it together. I'm gonna have you all, this half turn this way and then.
You know, like the wedding photos. There you go. There you go. Okay. Yeah, there you go.
You're gonna be center, looking right at me. And then we're gonna try to keep bringing this in. If you all wanna kind of move around a bit.
Okay, you can get close. I promise not to bite you.
I'll get in there.
Okay,
I don't wanna drop
all right.
Squeeze in, squeeze in.
Yep, there you go.
Did they have it ready? Okay. Okay, and we still have the video. They're trying to queue it up right now.
There.
Well, they're having a technical difficulty.
All over Pinellas County, fire professionals are leading the way in public safety through their mentorship, innovative programs, and commitment to our community.
We'll get there.
Each
Oh, here it
year,
goes.
the Board of County Commissioners recognizes this work by naming Pinellas County Fire Professionals of
Hey
the
guys,
Year.
can you hold that in the back until we're set? Restart it.
Douglas Higley earned the 2023 Fire Professional of the Year by leading the way in fire.
There we go. Okay, start again. Turn up a little bit.
All over Pinellas County, fire professionals are leading the way in public safety through their mentorship, innovative programs, and commitment to our community. Each year, the Board of County Commissioners recognizes this work by naming Pinellas County Fire Professionals of the Year. Chief Douglas Higley earned the 2023 Fire Professional of the Year by leading the way in fire prevention. Higley was elevated to Assistant Chief of Administration in 2022 and hit the ground running by overseeing the fire prevention program and implementing the short-term rental fire safety program.
In the essence of safety, I created this program in conjunction with the City of Indian Rocks Beach to ensure that the guests that come into our fire district have an extra bit of safety measures in place.
Higley not only implemented the program, but conducts many of the inspections himself, ensuring the short-term rentals have properly working exit signs, fire extinguishers, and smoke detectors.
There's also some little bit of electrical safety, safety with grilling, and some just overall housekeeping things that we find are important to keep these folks safe.
Higley embodies Pinellas County's motto, to be the standard in public service in America, with big dreams for the short-term rental fire safety program.
I would personally love to see this go all throughout Pinellas County and all throughout Florida, because when you come into a single family home or a duplex, you don't know necessarily what you're getting safety-wise. I can sleep well at night knowing that the residents of our community, the countless number of guests that come into our beautiful beaches can come here with an expectation that they're well protected.
Rich King's passion for unending service to his community make him Fire Dispatcher of the Year. Although King joined Pinellas County Regional 911 just recently, he worked 17 years as a fire medic and 24 years as a paramedic. This experience has proved invaluable as a telecommunicator. During his radio dispatcher training in April, King received an emergency alert from a paramedic team dealing with a combative patient. Using his knowledge of the field, King knew the call was urgent.
It's a last-ditch effort. Send help. We're in trouble. You don't hit this button until you really are in danger.
King swiftly dispatched assistance to the ambulance crew, strictly adhering to protocol, thus highlighting his competence, despite being a newly certified dispatcher.
I know the procedures because I made sure I know the procedures to help my coworkers.
King sees all Pinellas County fire and EMS professionals as coworkers and sees his continued career as a gift.
You can only do the field for so long. It's physically demanding, mentally demanding. So this is my way of still helping people. And it helps me.
Lieutenant Ryan Mitchell's leadership has elevated the technical rescue team, earning him the title of Pinellas County Special Operations Professional of the Year. The Pinellas Park Technical Rescue Team is a specialized fire crew prepared to respond to out-of-the-norm scenarios, including unimaginable medical circumstances.
These things don't come easy. They have to be practiced. They have to be worked through. And it's not a one-size-fits-all.
As a lead instructor with 18 years of experience, Lieutenant Mitchell uses his expertise to prepare not only the Pinellas Park team, but firefighters throughout the state of Florida and the Southeast United States.
I've had the good fortune to have a couple of those instances where people have reached out later and said, man, I'm so glad we talked yesterday because I just had that the next day. You know, that's a big honor.
Outside of the classroom, Lieutenant Mitchell still responds to calls, although he hopes his teaching makes him redundant.
The goal is that I'm not needed at all, but if I am needed, I'm there to be able to assist in those kind of unique call sets.
No matter how difficult the scenario, Lieutenant Mitchell wants his community to know
we've got your back. We're putting in the time. We're putting in this blood, sweat, and tears to make sure that we're prepared to help you in your time of need. That's a big part of these specialized teams, unique situations, low-frequency, high-risk events. We still got you, and we're putting in a lot of time and effort to make sure that we got your back.
And on behalf of the county, thank you to all of our fire professionals for having our backs. The Board of County Commissioners congratulates the 2023 Fire Professionals of the Year.
So we have a lot of other chiefs joining us today. How about you all come up and let us recognize you as well? Jim, I see you hiding behind the pillar. Come on. Just come up so we all can say thank you for everything you do. Look at this. Are you sure there's anybody out there that can answer calls today with all of you in here? Okay, but this is for the fire guys, so we'll get one with her in a minute.
You want all of us in there?
Yeah.
You think we can all fit in there?
Bruce doesn't have that white lens.
Right, right.
Okay, well, I wouldn't go too far, everybody. Don't go too far. Don't sit down, we're going to do another one. Chiefs, hello. This is the members of the executive board from the Pinellas County Fire Chiefs Association. Chief Graham, President, Chief Mixon, Vice President, Chief Stefanik, the Secretary and Treasurer. Here we are again. They're going to accept the Fire Prevention Week proclamation. Pinellas County is committed to ensuring the safety of all those living in and visiting our community. Fires continue to pose a significant risk to lives and property and demands proactive prevention efforts. Fire Prevention Week, observed annually, serves as a crucial reminder of the importance of fire safety. The 2023 Fire Prevention Week theme is Cooking Safely Starts With You, because cooking is the leading cause of house fires. Pinellas County individuals, families, businesses, and organizations play an important role in promoting fire safety. We express our gratitude to our local firefighters and emergency personnel and recognize their unwavering commitment to safeguarding our community. Let us use this week to appreciate their service and demonstrate our support. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the week of October 8th through October 14th, 2023 be recognized as Fire Prevention Week. Okay, so everybody come on back up here. I told you not to go away.
Here you go. I don't think we have anybody for the next two, except Commissioner Peters.
What?
The next two?
Yeah, getting there.
Okay.
Carrie?
Oh, is she? Okay. Oh, okay, good. Great, thank you.
How many directions? I'd like to invite Carrie Kreisman, Claudette Carlin, and Janine Oliver to join me at the podium, please. Well, I don't have a podium, but we'll make believe. Hi, how are you? Haven't seen you in forever. I'm great. How are you? Where's your sidekick? Well, the
One was from
important.
Tampa,
the
and one could
important
be out of the
people are
country,
here.
so,
Okay.
but they are here in spirit, and they've been all over the Bay Area this month, doing things just like this.
Okay, so September is National Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. The women who stand before you strive to bring further attention to this horrible disease. Ovarian cancer is the 5th leading cause of cancer deaths of women in the United States. The American Cancer Society estimates that 19,710 cases of ovarian cancer will be newly diagnosed in 2023 nationwide, with 13,270 individuals dying from this disease. There is currently no effective diagnostic tool for screening, which means early detection does not exist. Many people remain unaware of the symptoms of ovarian cancer, which often include bloating, pelvic or abdominal pain, difficulty eating or feeling full quickly, urinary symptoms, to name just a few. The lack of having a way to test for early detection, combined with the vague symptoms, mean that approximately 80% of cases detected are at an advanced stage. The 5-year survival rate for ovarian cancer is 50%, with a 5-year survival rate of 90% or more for individuals diagnosed in its early stages. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that the month of September 2023 be recognized as National Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month to increase public awareness of ovarian cancer. So, Carrie, do you want to say a few words?
Thank you, Janet, and thank you to all of the commissioners who supported this resolution. 4 years ago today, and I'll keep it brief because I could talk for a long time about this. 4 years ago today, I had maybe one of the symptoms that Janet just read off. And 5 days later, I had one out to here, and I was hospitalized, and that was when I was told that I had ovarian cancer. So they say ovarian cancer is the cancer that whispers, and it whispered until it screamed loud enough, and I was lucky to be diagnosed at stage 2. And as a survivor, I believe we have a duty to advocate for those who are either too sick or are no longer with us. So that's why I advocate. And on behalf of the Selma Mastery Ovarian Cancer Foundation locally and the Ovarian Cancer Research Alliance, which is a national organization, I advocate. And I'm one of 200 advocate leaders. And every year, twice a year, we lobby our Congress people and senators for increased funding, for research and advocacy and materials that will reach people so that they will know about this disease that affects 1 in 78 women. So thank you all, and I appreciate you all being here, and I appreciate this. Thank you very much.
You're very, very welcome. Okay? All right, thank you. Oh, yes, Terry, don't go away. We have to get the photo. Oh, there you are. Come on up, please. Hello. How are you? Welcome. Thank you.
Here, I'll let you introduce yourself.
You don't want to say my
That's
name?
not nice.
I'm Amanda Moore Cromrick, and I'm with Operation PAR.
Very nice to meet you both. Okay, so no, I'm going to hold it for
fair
just a
enough.
minute. I'll give it back to you, don't worry. I would like to, okay, so September is National Recovery Month. These two folks represent an organization that helps provide hope and liberates our county residents from the chains of addiction. Behavioral health is an essential part of one's overall health and wellness and prevention of mental and substance use disorders. The treatments are effective and recovery is possible. Recovery is a process, and people recover in our local area and around the nation. Preventing and overcoming mental and substance abuse disorders is essential to achieving healthy lifestyles, both physically and emotionally. We must encourage relatives and friends of people with mental and/or substance use disorders to implement preventive measures, recognize the signs of a problem, and guide those in need to appropriate treatment and recovery support services. We recognize 4 dimensions of recovery from mental health and substance abuse disorders: health, home, purpose, and community. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that the month of September 2023 be recognized as National Recovery Month to encourage those in Pinellas County to observe this month with appropriate programs, activities, and ceremonies.
Thank you. I really appreciate the acknowledgement and recognition for this really important cause. We greatly appreciate all the support that you all have given us. And we would love to continue to be a beacon of hope for families and the community, residents of Pinellas County, for individuals who are struggling with substance use disorders, or individuals who have family, friends who need treatment but may be really hesitant to get it. Operation PAR is a judgment-free program, and we will be able to help. And thank you.
Thank you both for being here. Do you want to say a few words?
I just want to say that we can't do recovery without you all. Recovery is not just an individual process, but a community process. And Pinellas County has been so welcoming to us and allowing us to do what we need to do. So we are very thankful to you all.
Perfect. Thank you. And we're going to get our picture taken right now, so hold on. Okay. And now we are on number 5, citizens to be heard. And first up will be Brian Beckman. Brian, please come forward to the podium. Yeah. Hi there.
Hello, Commissioners and County staff. My name is Brian Beckman, a Clearwater resident, and I'm here to represent the Sierra Group here that covers Pinellas and parts of Pasco counties. I'm also on the Pinellas Parks and Conservation Board. I came here today to mostly highlight the new Sustainability and Resiliency Action Plan and ask for your help to ensure the plan is realized and continuously adjusted and improved. Hank Hody, I'm not sure I get his name pronounced correctly all the time, was nice enough to make an hour-long presentation of the plan to our Sierra members and the public. It was a great learning opportunity for all of us on how all of you see us moving forward to address the needs of the community to take action to reduce contributors to sea level rise and higher temperatures, and lessening the impacts of sea level rise and storms that is already happening. In other words, not only focusing on mopping up the water on the floor, but focusing on turning off the faucet that causes the water on the floor. One of the comments that Hank made in his presentation was that the commission has not officially approved the plan. If that is the case, we would ask that you collectively show your support in the plan and taking action and vote of supporting it. Secondly, one of the items we discussed was providing to the public a dashboard view of progress against the goals to help the public see results achieved. Lastly, we also discussed how the public might be able to be continuously involved in supporting the plan, achieving the goals, and suggesting potential adjustments that naturally come up over time. A number of cities have environmental advisory boards that play that type of role. Clearwater and Dunedin are great examples of this. It helps ensure continuous engagement and visibility to the public. We would ask that you consider a similar approach for Pinellas, or if you prefer, please consider including sustainability and resiliency as part of the scope of responsibilities for an existing advisory board. For instance, potentially Parks and Conservation. Your consideration on these matters would be greatly appreciated to help the new plan's goals be realized and ensure continuous partnership with the public. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian. Next is David Balaguetis Jr.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. David Balaguetis. I live at 802 Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Again, the county ad valorem property tax lien is a misrepresentation of actual fact. The county has already been sold in absolute to the Water District in both resolution and statutory law, assuming to shapeshift itself from its fortnighted statesmanship into a constitutionally laundered watershed operation. The sale is seen as a transfer of county function and power in Home Rule Charter Section 2.04Q, seen as a self-liquidation process in Statute 163.01 as well as 159.08. We now live in a despotic water district intent on taking the land, liberty, and all of our rights in Statute 170.03 as well as Statute 153.03 Section 5. The district charges on the ad valorem are not based on the millage rate as based on Statute 197.3632. The Declaration of Independence proscribes to dissolve this government and to assume as separate but equal stations among the powers of the earth as this government, water being that power, intent on controlling the will of man, again in Federalist Paper number 79, and enslaving us using water as its weapon of choice in Federalist Paper 54, taking liberty, property, and life, while birthing water jurisdictions as a ship of war, as navigated under the 14th Amendment, assailed from Article 1, Section 10. The Water District is intent on reconstituting itself in Statute 373.715, creating a separate legal entity in the state under Statute 298.36 in its formulation of districts not exceeding 10 miles square in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of our current Constitution, which in fact are tyrannical water jurisdictions intent on levying us out of house and home, again under the 14th Amendment. In such assumption, making this Constitution that we're in today hypocritical as this Constitution is a bill of attainder, is a form of reprisal, is a letter of marque, and a constitutional act of hypocrisy on the high seas. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Audra Christian? Audra? She, what?
No, she's supposed to appear in person.
She's not here, I guess. Okay. Well, let the record reflect that we asked for her. And next is Aiden Barnes.
Madam Chair, Aiden Barnes, pre-registered to appear via Zoom. However, I don't see them online. We can move to the next.
All right, well, if he comes on or Audra comes on, let me know.
I will.
Okay? Thank you. Amelia Waylu, Clearwater. Hello. Good afternoon.
My first question is the Palm Harbor...
Hold on, please. Could you state your name and give us your address?
Amelia, Amelia Wallen, Wallon, 2242 Willow Tree Trail, Clearwater, Florida, 33763.
Perfect, thank you.
Great. First of all, is the Palm Harbor Library budget still going to be cut? It's not. Okay, then I finished. I was going to address that if it were being. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Mr. David Happy?
Mr. Happy, if you can please unmute yourself.
I'm sorry? Oh, he's on the phone. Okay. Good afternoon, David.
Mr. Happy, can you hear us?
David, are you there?
It appears he may be having technical difficulties. Mr. Happy, if you're calling in on phone, can you press *9 to unmute yourself? We can come back to him, Madam Chair. We also have Ms. Catherine Castanis.
Okay, let's take her up.
Ms. Castanis, can you hear us? It appears they're both having technical difficulties.
If you are calling in on Zoom to speak to us this afternoon, how about you all hang up and dial back in and see if it connects? Because right now we're having some technical difficulties. All right? Well, just hang up, call back in, and we'll try to get you when you call back. Thank you.
Commissioner, try him again.
Did you say try him again?
Yes, one more time, please.
Okay, sorry. David Happy?
Madam Chair, they're re-signing and they hung up for right now.
All right. Well, let me know when they're back.
I will.
Yes.
A comment. I had several people that called in and said they were trying to sign up virtually over the weekend. I don't know that they were or not, but they said they tried and they got confirmed for 2 o'clock today. And so they were trying to call in at 6 o'clock. And so I'm not sure if there's some, I'm not saying those last two they were trying to get on now, but perhaps some of the other ones had tried to do it, were trying to do it at 6. I don't know how
Well,
I don't know how that technically works, but I
I
want to
don't
make sure
either,
that
but we can bring them up again at 6
yeah,
if
okay,
that
that's all I
works.
was really asking.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you.
worries.
Ms. Castanis, can you hear us? You can unmute yourself.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Catherine Castanis, Katherne, Kastanis. I live at 7 Sunny Point Terrace, Oldsmar, Florida, 34677. I'm calling in regarding the property tax increase. I have been, like most people, the inflation and tax fatigue we are suffering right now is at its limit. There is not another penny for you. not another penny. So everything has increased exponentially, not what the news is saying. Our food, our groceries, gas, water, electricity, healthcare, homeowners insurance, car insurance, everything has went up. We have no money left. I'm a municipal employee. The increase I receive that they call a merit increase does not even cover cost of living. I am living today like I did now when I was in my teens, my 18, 19, 20 years old on my own. This is ridiculous. Pinellas County already is experiencing an increase in funding from increased property values and new construction, and there's a lot of new construction. The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office today, right now, is offering $15,000 and $20,000 signing bonuses. That's ludicrous. Our government employees should not be getting $15,000, $20,000 signing bonuses. If candidates want that, they need to go to a public company, a public corporation, not on the taxpayer's dime. This is outrageous. I also propose that any commissioner who does vote for increased property taxes on us, we the people, y'all should forfeit your salaries, and that amount, even though it's insignificant, should be distributed to all Pinellas property owners. That is all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, who do we have next?
Mr. Happy has joined us. Mr. Happy, can you hear us? Please unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
My name is David Happy from Tarpon Springs. Commissioner Long, that's a great hat. Congratulations on the $300 million of taxpayer subsidy that you awarded to the privately held Tampa Bay Rays, matching another $300 million in taxpayer subsidy that will be provided to them by the city of St. Petersburg. I'm super excited about that. As a business owner in Pinellas County, I didn't realize that we had, next year we're projected to have about 150 employees. I think the Rays have about 300. So if they got a $300 million subsidy from the county, I'm assuming we can apply for around $150 million subsidy. I went out on the website. I didn't see where the other private businesses are able to apply for a similar subsidy. So if you can let me know how that process works, or just get it updated on the website so all the other private business owners could apply for a subsidy, that would be great. Speaking of county commission gorging and gouging taxpayers, I'm opposed to the $400 million increase in your spending plan for the upcoming year, $400 million of increased spending. But fortunately, we elected some county commissioners who campaigned against that. I was at the GOP meeting, was happy to hear everybody was excited that we had elected some watchdog, so let's call them Pinellas County watch employees that had specifically promised to not do this. I got a nice note from the county last night that said that the $400 million wasn't actually tax money, that it was all kinds of different sources. But then I looked at my property tax bill, column C, and it seems to, my property taxes went up. So it's kind of weird. Maybe I can have county auditor take a look at that. But anyway, I also wanted to give you one piece of clarity. I had heard Barry Burton, the county administrator, and Chris Ladvala and Kathleen Peters state that this budget had to be passed so that we could give raises to the Pinellas County Sheriff's deputies, that approximately half of the monies that were coming in were going towards these raises. And I got some great news for you. It's actually not half of the money that's coming in. It's only about $10 million out of the $400 million in spending increases that y'all have planned. So 2.5% of the total that you're going to, it's not half, it's not 2/3. It's only about 2.5% of the 400 million or $10 million total. So we can still do that. And our Pinellas County watchdogs can still vote against this ridiculous spending budget. Please vote no against the 400.
Do we have anybody else, Madam Clerk?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, Barry, would you like to address the misinformation that we've been receiving for the last week or so about our big tax increase?
So the comment that was made regarding that he received a response, that was from me last night. And the issue has to do with the total budget amount is very, very different from what the general fund is or what we're actually spending. For instance, $105 million is American Rescue Plan money. So that is federal grant money that's going out to projects that helps neighborhoods. One of the projects is to fund the safe routes to schools, something that hasn't been funded in a decade that's been on the books. And we were able to do that to where kids don't have to walk down in the middle of a street to get to the school bus. We are able to do good community projects, regional stormwater detention, and other very important projects with those funds. Another one is the $24 million that Commissioner Peters chairs with the opioid settlement money. That's another grant that came in. We've been very successful in getting grants. Those are specific uses. They come in, they're on the books, and they'll be spent. Some of the other things, though, and this was outlined in the letter, so I know he received it, he just didn't state it, is that there are things such as in our tourist development funds. We know that we're going to pay for the Rays baseball stadium, assuming this commission passes it, with hotel taxes that cannot be used for any other purpose. Can't hire a cop, can't pave a street, can't do any other type of construction. It has to be tourism-related activities. Well, we have a $62 million coming in additional funding for that goes as part of that $400 million, but their budget is only increasing by $500,000. The rest is going into reserves. And so it's not a spending increase on this, that's a total amount. And so it's a misnomer to state that $400 million in taxes. In fact, as part of the budget, I will outline what the general fund is and what the use is for those as part of our presentation tonight.
Thank you. That would be.
And would you just reiterate that the state legislature imposed a number, and I think that the people that called in that are upset about this need to call each of their senators and each of their House members, because that number, I think you told me, is over $20 million, and that came from the legislature, and we don't have a choice. And so I hope that they are giving them as much heat as they're giving us.
Well said. Thank you. No worries. Feel the passion. Okay? All right. So now we are on item 8, part of the consent agenda. Can I have a motion for consent?
If you could just pull number 7.
Commissioner Eggers has asked that we pull number 7. It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Commissioner Eggers, number 7.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd just like to take the opportunity from time to time to highlight the work that our Division of Inspector General does for the residents of Pinellas County. And when they were doing an audit of the fleet services some time ago, they found 4 issues that they needed to address, which upon review recently found that all 4 items had been addressed properly and that all issues were taken care of. And these are the folks that are really charged with looking out for your tax dollars all over this county to make sure that they're being used properly. Things happen, mistakes are made, and they catch them for you. So I just wanted to highlight that, and I move approval of that item.
It's been moved by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Justice. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, now we are on number 9. Barry?
Item 16 to the regular agenda.
Oh, I apologize, sorry.
Been a long day.
Okay, item 16, Human Services.
Item
Barry?
16 is a funding recommendation for the 2024 Human Services Social Action Grant Program. A total of $5.8 million in applications were received. You have $1.5 million in allocations, and then an additional $155,000 if the decision as a package is approved tonight. The recommendations are contained within your packet.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for this particular item, the pending additional 10% approval, that is pending, we passed the budget this evening, then that additional money would fund those two organizations.
That's correct.
Okay. And I just want to say, just for the public's hearing, all of the things that people have said to us as it relates to assisting with homelessness, assisting with unhoused, assisting with drug addiction and things of that nature, a lot of those programs are being funded through these funds, through these dollars, and these are what people are telling us they want their money to be spent on. So I just wanted to point that out because I know with the communication that came up through PSTA as it relates to what we're doing when it comes to helping unhoused and homeless people, not only do we help those entities, but we also provide additional financial support through our HHS budget. So thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Anyone else on this issue? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. No worries, go ahead.
That the two items that were being added, did they score that minimum level? I think that they were looking for, I think it was 80 points, and we just ran out of money, so we asked for additional, or did they not make the minimum 80-point scoring? Thank you. Hi, Karen.
Hi, good afternoon. Karen Yacham, Human Services Director. So yes, they scored the minimum 80, which brought them to the deliberations by the Social Action Funding Advisory Board. And so they were recommended if the decision package is approved.
And what was the thinking behind not taking the monies that we had available and spreading them over those instead of asking for additional money? What was the thought process?
Those were the next in line. So we fully funded the top scorers for the large programs, and then we were able to fund the next fully funded program, and then we're able to fund a portion of the final program in a scalable way.
In this additional funding you're talking about?
If it's approved, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you good? All right, all those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Nay for me.
Oh, Commissioner Eggers voted nay.
Does our voting machine not work?
Well, we don't have it with us.
Oh, no.
Okay, number 17.
Item 17 is funding recommendations for the Edward Byrne Memorial Assistance Countywide Grant Program. This is a formula-based grant program, and they have recommended 11 projects within the county.
It's been, okay, hold on. It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. Commissioner Scott for discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this is grant funding coming through the
This
state?
is-
or-
Yeah, no, this is federal grant funding, and it's formula-based, and so then we get it, and then they have a scoring process. Go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, so this goes through the Substance Abuse Advisory Board, and they score programs that apply each year for substance use and criminal justice.
Okay, substance abuse. Okay.
Anyone else? Are you good, Brian?
Just wondering how the SWAT team robot program fits into that, but.
Well, it's a criminal justice program, so any program that enhances criminal justice services or substance use services can apply, and then it's approved by the Substance Abuse Advisory Board.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Are you good? Okay. All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. 18, Barry?
This is a federal funded award and grant agreement with Florida Department of Emergency Management Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, and this is to replace span wire supported traffic signals with mast arm supported or mast arm traffic signals. $8.3 million.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. Any discussion, questions, comments?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Yeah, huh?
Just to say that this is fabulous. Those mass arms, when it comes to storms, and if in certain areas if you can't do underground wiring, this is probably the next best thing, so that you don't have complete power outages. They have proven to be invaluable in certain communities where we used to have outages. A wind could blow off, and you don't have power up to peace. Oh, it went off on its own. I had it on. Thank you, Angel, from
From the sky. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. 19.
It's a grant agreement with Florida Department of Environmental Protection. This is for a septic to sewer conversion program. This is up in unincorporated Tarpon Springs, up off of Keystone. This is for $10 million with the county provided match of $10 million.
It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Scott. Any discussion, questions, comments?
Just one addition, our match is out of American Rescue Plan funds.
Our match is out of American Rescue Plan.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair,
Flowers?
just want to share that at the FAC Innovation and Policy Conference, this was one of the, not this particular item, but the sewer to septic programming was one of the policy items that we're pushing forward, trying to make sure that the state also kind of jumps in and provides funding for us, and that did pass.
Very nice. All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye, okay. Number 20.
This is a purchase authorization with Insight Public Sector for BTS, Business Technology Services, for various products and services, $3.6 million through 2026.
It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any discussion, questions, comments? No? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All right, 21.
Here's our amendments to advanced life support, support first responder agreements with 4 municipalities and independent fire districts. The specific enhancements are located or approved or outlined within your packet. A total of $288,975. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the base increase. Funding amount of $7.4 million overall.
It was a lot of red and strikeout in this one. Jesus, I could hardly read it.
It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by, hello?
Second, sorry.
Second by Commissioner Scott. Any questions, comments, concerns? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, 22.
Multifamily housing revenue bonds for Burlington Post 2, 75 senior multifamily rentals with 60% area median income families.
Move approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Scott. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Number 23.
23, you're sitting as the Pinellas County Community Redevelopment Agency. And in that role, this will be approving the 2024 Lellman Community Redevelopment Trust budget. Total amount of the CR Trust is just under $8.8 million. And then the second item, it will be approving the actual work plan.
It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Justice. Any questions, concerns, comments? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
24.
And 24 is the work plan, which includes $2.2 million of that for spending for projects. There are 4 changes within the work plan that was previously discussed. An increase of $200,000 from $150,000 for storm water ditch maintenance. Change to the residential improvement program grant awards from $10,000 to $15,000. Phase 2 of Lellman Park enhancements, and $250,000 for the Joes Creek Industrial Area Master Plan.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
25.
Under item number 25, I'm requesting authority to initiate litigation in the referenced case. This is a matter that was investigated by your Office of Human Rights and involves an allegation of housing discrimination on the basis of disability.
It's been moved by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Justice. Comments, questions? Any? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. 26.
Under item number 26, I recommend you approve the staff recommendation in the confidential memo, which you've had an opportunity to review, or which I have discussed with you personally.
It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Scott. Any questions, comments, discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, 27.
Under item number 27, I recommend that you approve staff's recommendation in the confidential memo that, again, you all have either had the opportunity to review or which I have discussed with you personally.
Second. It's been moved by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any questions or concerns, comments? Anybody? No? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, 28.
I have no reports.
Okay. 29.
Two items, Commissioners. First, if there was ever a case for using the authority you have for me to make emergency purchases, is to repair our beaches. And so Kelly, as you know, has been coming up and working on emergency protective measures that we can begin to create dunes, to put barrier bags and other things in place to be able to create stretches of protection for the remainder of this season that then would then fall into regular beach nourishment once those long-term issues are resolved. Right now we're working on getting easements, but there are one area where we have easements. And so we want to go ahead and begin emergency measures. If had it come to me before this meeting, I would have signed it, and then I'll bring it back to you for approval. But the reason I'm bringing it up here is that one section's about $5 million, okay? And that's one section. So we're looking at an extensive amount of repairs, but they're needed repairs. And so my intent is to sign these emergency orders as we get the easements. We'll do section from section, just like the Colonel said. You got to go from here to here, or it really doesn't matter. It goes around. So we need entire segments where it makes sense. But as we have those designs in place, my intent is to authorize, do emergency procurement, get the work done, and then bring that back for your concurrence and approval at the next meeting. And you'll see the full contracts and everything at that time. But time is of the essence, and Kelly has certainly moved with haste in trying to find solutions for our beaches.
Commissioner Peters has a question.
Yeah, you said you already have easements. Where is that?
There's sections where we don't have, and that's down around, I think it's in Sunset.
Sunset, you have them or you don't have them?
I think that she has them there.
No, we don't.
No? Where's Kelly?
We're working
Oh, here
on them.
she is.
I'm here, sorry.
You're working on those? I thought you had them
suspect
there.
they should have them in about a week, because that word spread really quickly. I was out Sunday knocking on doors to get them, and the word of mouth is spread from neighbor to neighbor to neighbor, and Airbnb owner to Airbnb owner. A couple were out of town, but they had their property managers managing it. So, but I thought you said that we already have it somewhere.
I thought she had it for one, because that's the reason the thing. But you're working on those.
Yeah, we're using temporary construction easements to construct the dunes and the sand-filled temporary erosion control measures where we can't put in dunes. The segments where we do not need additional easements are Paso Grill, Bel Air Beach, Clearwater, and North Reddington. The other areas, we need easements. We need these temporary construction easements. We are basically preparing them as we go, giving them to the cities and asking them to take the lead on securing them. And we're helping them like with communication, stuff like that. We were able to get a website up pretty quick. We're gonna add a construction map of where we're starting. But the the contract is actually, if it's not like right now, it may be in Barry's queue at this very moment, because it's in Barry's queue now. So we put this all together in 1 week. We started on it Wednesday afternoon, and we're issuing notice to proceed as soon as Barry signs it today.
So the questions I was getting is, are we putting bladders out there? Are the bladders going to be covered in sand? They're curious about what it is we're doing.
Mostly, we're just constructing dunes, regular sand dunes.
Okay, so we're not putting bladders out there?
No, we're not putting bladders out there. There are some areas where it is too narrow to construct a dune.
Yes.
And so there are these, they're called trap bags. They're about 4 feet high, and you fill them with sand, and they create a barrier between the upland property owner and wave action. They would be temporary in nature. They're using them over in Volusia County.
Do we have a photograph of what it looks like, or
Yeah,
tell me what
yes,
it's called? I can look like it. I can look at it, because I can hear those complaints too if it's 4 feet high. But there are areas that it's so narrow that there is no beach. So yeah, okay.
Well, it's a choice. It's, we've had some folks say, well, I don't know that I want the trap bag, and it's like, well, okay, then there's really nothing I can do at this point. So we're going to skip you and we're going to go. These are the two, obviously dune construction is the gold standard. That's where we want to do everywhere. And we're going to come back in right soon as those dunes are constructed, and we have a planting contractor who's going to plant them all out. But where we cannot, we would like to put these trap bags to protect their property. If they don't want them, then that is their decision to make.
Okay, and this is another question, because I got a lot of people that want to put seawalls up that don't have seawalls, where some areas on Sunset Beach have seawalls from years ago. Bel Air Beach has seawalls, and now, like, one of the properties, which I know you know, and you showed a picture of it, where the hot tub fell, next story took a lot of undermining and damage to his pool and his pool decking. And so there's several that are wanting to do, I think I talked to 4 people that want to put seawalls up. And so I apologize, but I directed them to you. So just know and expect that. I don't know if it's possible, but they're really concerned that they're going to have not only their pool and their deck compromised, but the foundation.
Well, so seawalls aren't going to protect them from that.
Yeah.
Seawalls, you can just walk down the beach and see what happened to a lot of the seawalls. They crumbled. If it's buried under a dune, it's kind of a last, that's where you saw, a lot of people didn't even realize they had a seawall because it was under the dune, and it was kind of that last action. But a seawall all by itself, they'll just start to cause problems. The way the waves reflect off of those seawalls, you basically it's just a ripple effect of erosion down the beach. That's why we really want to get those dunes out there, and that's the first area we're working is Sunset Beach. So we're going to place, I think it's somewhere around 50,000 cubic yards of material in dunes just on Sunset Beach.
Thank you. Thank you for your hard work.
And it's in my queue, and it's just over $6 million. But I want to say it, Kelly's and with the municipalities, they've worked their butts off to be able to make this happen quickly, and that's just got to be record time for response. So.
Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, thank you for the report, and thanks for the hard work getting to where we are now. Just a couple of questions. You said something about having a construction map, so kind of laying out where we're going to be doing this work and the pieces that we're talking about. So it's easier for me to visualize, so that'd be great to have that. And so the $5 million, I guess $6 million,
yeah.
What percentage of the project is that? Does that represent? Does it get you about
About a mile, 1 mile of 12.
1 mile of 12?
Yeah.
Our total estimate, Kelly said, is probably 25 to 30 million is what we're going to end up spending.
And that was, that was the latest information I gave Barry. And, that is working within the segments that we typically nourish. But I reached out to Madeira and Bel Air Shore to gauge their interest, and Madeira got back to me late yesterday and said they want their dunes restored. So that'll be another segment that we're adding to the project limits, and Bel Air Shore is talking with the city council's talking about it. So.
Okay. And so one of the things that the Corps was relying on was that there was a continuum before monies are spent, because it kind of breaks things up. You know, it doesn't hold as well if it's not continuous. So is there a minimum amount that we're going to have to do to qualify, or are we going to have to get all of those? Because you just said something about not doing something. Somebody doesn't want them, we're not going to do that. So
We are working, we have to work, in order to work under the emergency provisions of the Army Corps and the state, we have to work above the mean high water line. So we're not nourishing. This is earth moving. We are trucking in sand from a mine that is 90 miles away that is compatible with our beach. We're trucking it in, we're driving those trucks onto the beach, we're dumping it up against as close to the property as we can. Then heavy equipment is contouring it into a dune, an engineered dune that we have plans for, and then we'll plant it out. So it's the upland piece, and then the other piece is the regular nourishment. And that, we have an RFP on the street for the design of that. That is basically building the berm in front of the dune.
okay. And that's where you need the continuous piece?
Yes, yeah. I mean, ideally, we would have dunes everywhere. Obviously, there are a lot of different opinions about the aesthetics of dunes and folks not wanting the dunes, but, for those who want their privacy and want a buffer between themselves and the activity on the beach, it's a great, not only is it great storm protection, I mean, if you go out there and you see the dunes that performed really well, and those houses and buildings have absolutely no damage at all, you want a dune in front of your property. It is the best infrastructure you can have.
Yeah, and so my only reason for asking the question was that, do we have a responsibility to make sure that they're done, and even though they may not want them, to protect the folks on either side of them that may want them?
Well, the dunes will be stabilized by vegetation. The berm is a little different. The berm that goes in front of the dunes is a little different.
Okay.
That needs to be continuous.
Okay.
And that's why, you see the edges, in Clearwater erodes so quickly, and that sand moves south because Bel Air Shore doesn't nourish. It's not bookended.
Thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Kelly, I just want to say thank you for being on top of this. I'm quite sure this is keeping you up every night, so thank you for that. Just refresh my memory, I don't know if this is more for Kelly or Barry, but is the Army Corps paying for this because this is an emergency? Are we paying for this? Where's the money coming from on that?
We are using tourist development tax dollars to pay for this. We are, probably another thing I'm going to ask Barry to sign off on and bring back to you is a grant to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection to help offset some of the costs that we're incurring. I reached out to the state because the actual grant period for beaches was long past, and they actually have some additional dollars in their FY23 budget that they might be able to allocate. So as soon as they provide us the paperwork, we will get that filled out, submitted, and hopefully we'll receive some additional funding from the state.
Right. Thanks.
Commissioner, that goes to the heart of the issue. As we said in the joint meeting, for regular nourishments, even under the worst case scenario, but this is the risk that we don't know. How many times is this going to occur over the next 40 years? What's that cost going to be? That's the reason it's so important to work these issues out with the Corps. And I do believe there's a solution. We just haven't been able to come to terms with that yet. And if we can, then it really protects our community long term. And we have to work on these easement issues, and we're going to have some give and take, and I believe that we're going to have conversations with the community and with the beach property owners as we come up with some modified language. I think the Corps needs to give, but I think we're going to have to give also. And property owners need to come to grips with that. We've got to work with them. This is a huge financial issue, but it's a huge risk issue. There was, somebody said, well, just pay for it all ourselves. Well, that works unless you get hit 3 or 4 or 5 times in 3 or 4 or 5 years. And you had another community across the way where they said, fine, we'll just do it on our own. But it still wasn't a decertified project because it was a federally certified project, and they applied for FEMA funds and were denied. So, these things are, it's not as simple as some people make it out to be. We really need to work with our property owners and with the Corps to find a solution for this. And our temporary easements are just for construction, operation, and maintenance
of that dune structure. It does not require anything additional.
Are you getting any pushback on getting those?
Not so far. The only one resident was concerned, they have, in the area of Sunset where there's a lot of Australian pines, a lot of them have fallen onto the beach, and they're fine with those being removed, but they want the others that are on their property, and I told Treasure Island to tell him to take spray paint and write a big X on the ones he doesn't want, and those would be the ones that we'll take down, and the rest of them we're not gonna touch. It's fine, not a problem.
It works.
Get her done.
Kelly, thank you for that report and for all of the hard work that you're doing on behalf of everyone in the county. We are really, truly grateful. Thank you. All right,
The
now we,
second part of my report is
oh, I'm so sorry. I
just
thought you were-
the final, to close out what we did this morning with the Tampa Bay Rays. So obviously, Commissioner, I've discussed this with you at length over the past year or more regarding the Rays. And, and today's was bringing together, lots of different pieces to that puzzle. One piece being the stadium. Over on the development side, that is with the city and the rest of the 86 acres non-stadium site. Our intent is to finalize the non-binding term sheet to where we can clearly outline all the terms and conditions and put that in writing and bring that to you here by October. And then we can have that in this type of forum to discuss this with this body before we go into final document review and finalize that. That'll be use agreements. That'll be a variety of different documents. Joel and Don have led the county attorney's office and also have outside counsel reviewing the various legal documents and things necessary to effectuate these various agreements. There's a lot more on the city side because they have development agreements and everything for the rest of the 86 acres. That concludes my report.
Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Barry, I've asked the Rays, and they said they would be glad to talk one-on-one, but I think it might be helpful for all of us to see just a kind of a look at the development agreement that they're talking about. And I don't mean the details of it, but understanding what that looks like for the Rays. For me, it's about what they're asking for, but it's also about the development piece. So, and they said they'd be willing to do that, but I just want to make sure that maybe somewhere in that time frame that we at least get a picture of what that development looks like. I mean, I think we know what it looks like, but what that really means translates to the Rays in terms of a positive asset for them.
We can certainly get that once it becomes a document that's out there. That's going to take some time. That'll be follow on from I believe the term sheet that'll be taken both this body and to council. But I'll make sure that when we have that available that we bring it back here. We're going to have many more discussions before we get to the finish line on this. But it is a positive step forward. And just to reiterate, except for pre-authorized TIF districts that were down in St. Petersburg, this is all being paid for out of our tourism development funds, which is our hotel bed tax. There's no general fund or any subsidy of anything that would take away from what we do on day-to-day budget that would be paying for this.
All right. Okay. County Commission new business, Commissioner Latvala.
Are we going to do state legislative?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Laura.
And I'm going to have an amendment to that.
So, Commissioners, this is, so I know Commissioner Peters has an amendment, but if I can introduce it. This is approval of the 2024 state legislative program. We have 4 support items that are outlined within these. Have been talked, we've talked individually to you about these. So they're on here for your consideration. At the conclusion of today, this will outline what we then will present to our legislative delegation here next month.
Commissioner Flowers?
And just really quickly, Pinellas County was listed as one of the organizations that the Florida Association of Counties policy would reflect regarding the waste to energy program.
Wonderful. Good to know. David?
Yeah, the only thing I was would like to focus on, and I'm, was just kind of glancing through it again, was to make sure that our legislative group understands how important trying to get a fix on the gas tax issues facing the county in that regard, and that has to do with not only indexing. We don't get to index. The state gets to. It's like do as I say, not as I do. They get to index their funds. We don't get to index. The other piece we've talked about before. I think it's really important. I commend Senator Hooper for starting the ball rolling on a piece of that where we talk about what to do with the growing electric cars. My daughter, who just bought one's probably yelling at me as I speak, but where they get to pay their fair share of taking care of our roads. So anyway, those are things I think are really important, and I just want to make sure that if the rest of the commission feels that way, maybe we can try to push that.
So we, since we were going to discuss it and bringing that up, so I brought the Southern group up, and Laura and Mike, anything you want to add?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Commissioner Eggers, that is an issue that comes up every year in Tallahassee when they're discussing the tax package. So we'll make sure that we monitor it and keep the commission engaged as they move forward with the tax package.
So the item that Senator Hooper is bringing forward, that's brought forward every year? I've not seen it brought forward before.
The discussion of indexing.
The indexing.
And about the electric vehicles, correct. They've been discussing it the past few years.
Okay,
That was
thank you.
being discussed in depth when I was in the legislature.
Yeah. Well, I think, in terms of us having the ability to do the things that otherwise, we end up having to add millage to our taxpayers to raise that up. And that is not what's supposed to be happening. So it really puts pressure on us, and it puts pressure on residents who are their constituents as well. They got to start listening to that. That's a really important piece for all of us. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Madam Chair? I brought up the dangerous dog issue. We have run it by Animal Services. He's given us his opinion. Lourdes has agreed and approved. They think it's something that it's worth pursuing. And so I would like to add the dangerous dog language onto this. Even though we're not going to FAC with it, it's okay. It could be a priority for us. I believe that Representative Linda Cheney is going to take it in the House, and I'm relatively certain that Senator DeSigli was going to take it in the Senate. I haven't confirmed that yet, but I definitely spoke to Linda Cheney, and she supports it.
All right, Commissioner Scott, you had a comment, question? Or?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's extremely early in the process, but I'm going to ask the question anyways. Do you think there's support this year on the electric vehicle on Senator Hooper's bill?
I will say it's too early still. They just, obviously, they just met this week, and that was just the House, for a day. Once October rolls around, we'll know more.
Okay, thanks.
Not hearing much scuttlebutt about that just yet.
Second.
All right, Commissioner
Thank you.
Peters made a motion to add that into our plan, and Commissioner Justice has seconded it. So all those in favor, please signify.
Madam Chair, I wanted to add that piece that that I brought up. I know it's brought up every year, but I haven't seen it on our request. I'm talking about the gas tax fund and making it whole.
Okay, well, can we get through with this amendment first, and then
okay.
we'll
That's
do
fine.
yours?
Yep.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we add dangerous dog issue. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And now Commissioner Eggers would like to move, I understand, it's a motion, right?
Yeah, I'd like.
That we add a tax on electric vehicles for,
Well, it's just making it the gas tax fund whole by encouraging fee on electric vehicles and indexing of the gas tax fund. So
got that, Laura? Okay, all those, okay, second by Commissioner Scott. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. Are we good? Good. We're good.
Madam Chair, can I just add to that we'll keep the entire commission, I'll be abreast of what you brought up, Commissioner, and what you brought up, Commissioner, Mr. Burton. So we'll keep you abreast of any movement once October comes and we start seeing this thing planned.
So absent Brian in this role, he's here as an observer now. And, but, so you're going to see those two faces a lot more often. They're going to provide these updates for you and send you updates as session gets underway, and they're monitoring all the various bills. So I've asked them to fill that role in Brian's absence.
Are we good with all of the other bullet points and the priorities? Anybody have any questions or concerns about them? No? So do we want to make a motion?
Make a motion to accept our guiding principles and priorities with the addition, to include the addition of the gas tax and the dangerous.
All right. It's been moved and seconded that we add the two amendments. Madam Clerk, you have those down?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
All right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, now we are on County Commission new business. Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Last week, I participated and attended the 9/11 Memorial Walk with the Pinellas Suncoast firefighters. It was a 3.43-mile walk commemorating and honoring the 343 heroic firefighters that died on 9/11. And I only complained for the last 3.4 miles of it. But it was a very neat and special event. Last week was also SBC Day with astronaut Nicole Stott, who is one of the most famous alumni of SBC. That was also a very cool event. Congratulations to Dr. Williams. A few months ago, I brought up Suncoast during one of my reports. I believe it was the beginning of last week or the week before, I met with their CEO as well as a couple board members for about an hour. It was a constructive meeting, and but during it, I expressed the same frustrations I expressed to you guys, and I let her know that my issues stemmed from a death of a client of theirs, somebody that I knew, that was getting mental health services that committed suicide, and that death happened on May 15th, and I didn't tell her this, but other than that person's therapist, no one at Suncoast had ever reached out to the family members of the client. Just so happened that 2 days after the meeting I had with Barbara, that Suncoast reached out to the gentleman, her husband, and asked, if he wanted to go over the autopsy results. Keep in mind, the suicide happened on May 15th. It's now middle of September. And then they offered counseling for his young children and whatnot, which just about infuriated me even more, that it was like they were going through their roles of people that committed suicide. And I asked her for the suicide deaths, or, deaths by suicide that they had, and it was not that many. So the fact that Suncoast never reached out to him or his family, and she had told me that was a procedure that they normally do when they research why somebody committed suicide, what they, what they could do better as an agency. That frankly was infuriating. And so, they need to do a whole lot better job or get people in there that can do a better job. And so, my concerns with their leadership remains the same. And I have even greater concerns with what appears to be their very weak board that they have. From my research, it appears that their board is nothing more than just a cheerleading squad for their CEO. And then last thing, and I don't want to belabor this because, but you'll notice in the notes from the speakers today that there was a gentleman that referenced the ethics complaint. And yesterday I was notified that, or I wasn't notified, I saw it, that there was a gentleman that was going to file ethics complaint against me in relations to comments I made about the budget. Which, you know, I have my suspicions, and I think it has a lot more to do with, you know, particular political race than my job as a county commissioner. He's asked me and I'm not going to get into it because I have respect for the dais, but he's asked me 3 times for a particular person to withdraw from a race, and I've told him no each time. But what is more concerning and frankly infuriating is that he posted an actual ethics complaint against my aide. Tyler is like my little brother, and he's a hardworking young man. He works hard for County Commission District 5. He works hard for Pinellas County, and he hasn't done anything wrong. This guy who's a Rush Limbaugh wannabe is, you know, frankly, drawing political beefs into our official process, which I think is nonsense. He sent an email yesterday to all of us in which he invoked the name of another aide and wanting to know why another aide was doing a certain activity, like he, you know, wasn't allowed to do what he was doing, which is nonsense. And my response to that is, you know, people are attracted to the circus and they like looking at a clown show. And so, you know, and what makes it even more personal in Tyler's case and the ethics complaint that he filed against Tyler and showed on the internet was that a few minutes after that, he referred to Tyler's family and being related to the same candidate that he wanted me to have withdrawn from the race. And so, you know, the fact that and I'm a strong supporter of the First Amendment, and if people want to call us whatever names they want to call us, that's fine. But there should be a limit to involving our aides and involving county staff and, you know, civil servants. And, you know, I've been in this process long enough to know that I need to have thick skin, and people can say whatever they want to about me. But in invoking my aide, who's a hardworking young man, and his family, I think is something that I've never seen. But anyways, that's all.
Well, thank you, Commissioner, for your comments, and I couldn't agree with you more in terms of the types of assaults that we are subject to as elected county commissioners. You're very fortunate you weren't here during the pandemic because that was not always so pretty, as Commissioner Eggers will probably remember. So, yeah, I think when citizens start attacking our family members or want entry into our home so they can personally check the value of whatever we've written on our financial disclosure papers, that just crosses the line. And I'm speaking from personal experience since I've been on this body. So I'm fairly certain that Jewel can give you some very solid advice about how to handle those things, because she certainly kept me off the top of the flagpole more than once. And I'm not kidding. So thank you for making those comments. Is that the end of your report today? Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted, I had to say something about today. I thought it was really a wonderful event down in St. Petersburg. To me, it symbolized a lot of hard work. It symbolized a lot of partners. It symbolized a community of St. Petersburg and some of the history that was involved there and how this project kind of turns that around for that community. And there's a lot of symbolism today. And yet there's a lot of hard work to go. But today was about celebration because there was a framework that's been put in place now that we're going to be scrutinizing and going through and getting, a resident input along the way. So just stay tuned on that. But I think one of the comments was made about you, Barry. I wanted to second that comment about your efforts to get this thing to where we are today, and your group that worked on this. It is not easy work, and it's not easy when you're not writing things down. So you're talking, you're communicating, because you're trying to negotiate these basic terms outside the press, because there will be a time when now and moving forward that the press and the residents will be able to scrutinize all they need to do. But anyway, I thought it was a really good event. Our chair did a great job. Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to say thank you for getting, I don't know who got the Army Corps together out on the beach this past week or so. It's so frustrating, but a lot of great points were made. Commissioner Flowers made a great point. Commissioner Peters made some good points as well. And, you get so frustrated, but I really liked the guy from the Army Corps. He was really good, and, he's from Jacksonville, and I think he has a mindset that's probably kind of in line with ours, but he has bosses that he reports to. So I think there's pathways and answers out there for us to work on, but I really, again, thank Kelly for all the work that she's done, especially this past week. I, too, attended a Curlew Hills 9/11 ceremony. Obviously, the theme was never forget, but the speaker, who was a chief of recovery, he was a fire department chief in charge of recovery on the site for months and years after that, as you can imagine, the things that were uncovered along the way. But his three messages were thank you for all the support that the country, the world gave to those folks that did the real hard work on the line. Education was the second point, and trying to remember to educate the young folks about what happened. Remember getting lots of education along the way about Pearl Harbor and what happened there, 6, 7 decades, 8 decades ago. Same thing, we can't forget. So his thing was thank you, education. And he said, and this country was never more unified than it was on 9/12, and talked about where we are today and the problems that we have and the divisiveness that's here. And to your point, Commissioner Latvala, about the ugliness and pettiness and personal stuff that we get into, has nothing to do with First Amendment rights. People can say whatever they want to say, but we have got a divided country, and I think we each need to do our little bit, our little part to push that away and try to think about our country first, our state first, and clearly, in our case, our county first. So it was really a moving, short commentary, but those were his critical points. And the last thing I just wanted to clarify a point. I don't think I did it well enough on item 16 that I voted against on the social action funding. I'm certainly supportive of the money. I just didn't want to add additional funds. We had enough funds. We could have spread that out over the recipients without adding more cost to it, and that was my only reason for voting against it. The folks that are getting the money are well deserved. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Peters?
I'll be brief. I just spent Sunday, and I already said that, I spent Sunday knocking on doors to all of the property owners on Sunset Beach and speaking to all of them. And even though I assured them I'd all seen their property, they wanted to make sure that they took me there themselves. And so I spent a whole lot of time on the beach, which did prohibit me from getting to as many houses that I wanted to. But I was very impressed with how quickly each property owner contacted other property owners, and I wouldn't be surprised if they have other signatures by Friday, because every single property owner is highly motivated to get this done. And I can't tell you how appreciative they are that the county is working quickly to do emergency sand dunes. They are incredibly anxious, but they're incredibly grateful. And I didn't think it would happen as quickly as it is, and now that it's happening quickly, it's amazing. So kudos to all, Kelly and everybody that's working with her, because it's more than just Kelly, and I know Kelly is working so hard, but it's the people that are coming to come and plant as quickly, and the permitting processes that have been waived. I mean, there's a whole lot of people that deserve a lot of kudos on that one, so thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. I had the honor of speaking at the Madeira Beach 9/11 ceremony, and I'm pretty sure that I was able to hear Commissioner Latvala all the way Madeira Beach complaining on the last 3 miles of his walk there. So, but anyways, that was a real honor to do that, and I'm sure you probably all visited that memorial there. But it really is a special place. So if you haven't done it, I encourage you to do that. I had a nice visit with the SPCA last week. They've got some really great things going on there, and I'm not going to spoil that. They're doing a press release here in a couple weeks, so I'll leave that up to them. And then I had an opportunity to speak at the Suncoast Utility Contractors Association monthly meeting last Thursday night, I think it was, which was great to do that and interact with those folks there who are very interested in what we're doing with penny money, by the way, as you can probably imagine. And then again, just wanted to thank also Barry and everything you did to get the raise to where we are at today. I know it's been a long and oftentimes frustrating journey for you, but good job. So very good. And that's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am very grateful and thankful to Jill Silverboard for coming and representing the county and certainly representing the beach renourishment concern that all of us share. She did a really good job presenting the case, and as she saw, there is a ton of support in the room, not just for Pinellas County, but all along the coastal waterways. So I've already shared that, and I'm thankful for that. The other waste to energy facilities, I've already shared that with you guys as it relates to where that went. The requested policy relative to electric vehicles, that was sent back to committee for conversation and communication. So it'll be discussed further at the legislative conference of FAC in November in Hillsborough County. So if you can attend, or if you have something you'd like to share with me that I can share with the committee to try to get it over the goalpost, as having support from FAC, we certainly can do that. And then I did receive a proposed resolution from the Sierra Club relative to the local fertilizer ordinance, just really in support of what it is that we're saying and we're doing. That resolution came in after the fact, after the committees had already met. And so it's been determined that that resolution can be shared with the various county commissions, and they can take action on that if they so choose. So hopefully, if you're not able to attend the full conference, you'll be able to attend maybe a day or two, or just a portion that you may be concerned about for the legislative conference that'll be held in Hillsborough, November 15, 16, 17. And the last one is just kind of polling you guys, I guess. Every year, let me back up. I went to visit the Ronald McDonald House. I've been there a couple of times, but they've really done some improvements, and they have a lot of positive things going on. But during the tour, some ladies were in the kitchen, and we got to talking about cooking. And I thought about this, so I'm just throwing it out for your consideration. We typically get each other a little something, a little gift or whatever for the holidays. So I wanted to see what your thoughts may be if we came together and prepared a meal for the families instead of giving gifts to each other. Prepare a meal for the families at the Ronald McDonald House. And we can choose whatever day in December. But anyway, just putting that out there for your thoughts. If you're going to be here in town, and if it's not all of us, but a couple of us, that's fine. But I just thought it might be nice to do that and do that gift of giving rather than giving to each other like how we normally do, if you want.
Well, I can do dishes and clean up. That'll be my part.
Well, I was already, believe it or not, I told them, I said, look, I love to cook. I can pull out the menu. I said, the gentleman, they'll probably set the table. I'm not sure. I said, we have one person whose wife can really bake. Maybe he'll bring some of her baked goods. But, think about it. And if you guys want to, I just thought it might be a nice little treat to give a little something to the families who unfortunately are there because their children are in the hospital. So you got time to think about it. I'll share my menu with y'all. It's gonna be real easy.
I think it's
We
a
can all
great
do it
idea.
together. It'll be fun.
As long as the expectations are what?
I'm talking meatloaf. I'm talking meatloaf, rustic
We're not
red
putting you in
potatoes, grilled asparagus. Yeah, I'm bringing it down. So, and if you want to invite your aides, certainly, but I just thought it might be nice.
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in my house, I cook the meatloaf, Commissioner. Just to briefly, had the honor of speaking at the September 11th ceremony in Gulfport Beach. Beautiful morning there with the beach in the background. And there was a woman who's a resident there that puts together the ceremony every year who was in New York on that day and tells the story of how her and family went through it. And it's really powerful when you hear the firsthand experience. So it was special to be there. Had the opportunity to attend the Alpha House annual dinner. If you're not familiar with the Alpha House, they are an organization that helps single pregnant women get through that process with education and job training and healthcare, and really gives them an opportunity to turn their life around. It's really an incredible organization. Spent Friday evening with the sheriff's staff at the Hispanic Outreach Center. Orestes Estrada was the keynote speaker, and he told his life story. It was a great evening there at Ruth Eckerd. Attended the Florida Association of Counties board meeting. I had the opportunity to speak at the St. Petersburg College Evening of Excellence, their employee milestone. So employees who'd hit 5, 10, 25, and they'd had some that were over 40 years. And President Williams had hit 35 years this year, so she has a lifetime experience there. So great, busy week of really nice events. And I also wanted to thank Mr. Burton and Mr. Gertis for the work behind the scenes to get us to this point. I think Brandy Gabbard said it very well this morning. But talking about managing expectations, I think that's really, really important over these next several months, because I had more than one person yesterday say, so you got the press conference in the morning and then you're going to go in the afternoon and vote on the deal, right? So I think we just have to manage expectations of where we are in the process, and that there's hurdles there, but there's a definite path towards getting this deal done, but to be clear where we are. So thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I have just a few things, and I will be brief. I really liked the Army Corps meeting and had an opportunity to talk to the gentleman who was absolutely delightful. And I'm sorry? Yeah. And I love the comments by Vice Chair Peters and Commissioner Flowers about taking another look at the wording of the easements and how their policy is clearly inflexible. And maybe in this case, it's causing a threat to public safety, and they were amenable to taking a look at that, so that was good. At Forward Pinellas, we had some elections that I want to make you aware of. Mayor Buljowski from Dunedin was appointed our vice chair, and Councilmember Driscoll was appointed as the new secretary to fill the spot vacated by Mayor Buljowski, and she's moving up to vice chair. We had a lovely meeting, I thought, of the TDC and our county commission, and our thanks go out to the council member Russ Kimball for hosting all of us at the Sheraton Sand Key. There was a lot of great discussion, and I look forward very much to the next meeting in October to talking with them about the possibility of exploring all of the details in a new governance model for them to operate on. I also attended the Florida Police Chief's Gala last Saturday night and got lost in the parking garage as we left. So thanks to Ron, what's his?
Miranda?
What?
Is it Mirenda, Miranda?
No. It was Oh, I'll come back to that because it was his person, that Matt, that helped us find our car. It's just ridiculous. It was exactly where my husband left it. About the raise deal this morning, you know, I couldn't help but be struck by some words that Stu Sternberg spoke to me about as I was preparing to leave, and he said, you know, if we'd have had this same team to deal with when we were trying to figure out where to put our new stadium in 2018, it would have been a slam dunk, and they probably would have been going to Hillsborough County. So that kind of got me thinking about all the work that we've been doing over the last half a year or so. And, you know, it's about building relationships. And clearly, the relationships that we have built with the Rays and the team that we have in the county has been stellar and brought us to where we were today. So a lot of it is the foundation of trust and that we were all working in good faith. So that made me very happy, and I don't know why you're laughing, Commissioner Latvala. But anyway, I'll let that go.
It was Commissioner Eggers' fault. I apologize, as does he.
I was doing nothing but listening.
Okay, good. So the upcoming meeting of the TMA Leadership Group is this Friday at 9 a.m. It's over at the FDOT District 7. The public is all invited. On the agenda is Tony Frey, who's going to talk about FDOT's Resiliency Action Plan, and they're talking about a roadmap for creating the regional MPO and what that might look like. So I think that's going to be a robust conversation that those of us that serve on Forward Pinellas have started to have a little bit, and I look forward to that conversation going forward as well. And that's the end of my report today. And if nobody has anything else, then yes, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One other thing that I neglected to mention at the joint TDC-BCC meeting, I want to thank Russ Kimball for providing the bacon.
That was on my list
you
of
missed
things
it.
to talk about, but it
Yep.
seemed a little
Yeah.
frivolous. I mean, yes, there was a lot of bacon, three
And I
different
saw Commissioner
kinds.
Justice going back for fifths, but but I went for six, so that was okay.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. Well, before you know it, Kathleen will be making it, and he'll be bringing it to us, right? Sure. Okay. Okay, anything else for the good of the order this afternoon? Anything? Okay, then we are adjourned, and I will see you back here at 6 o'clock. Evening, everyone. I'd like to bring this public hearing of the County Commission together, please. It is September 19th, and we are on item 32. Barry?
Since the first public hearing, the clerk has received 138 emails in opposition to millage. Oh, I'm sorry. Item 32 is resolution supplementing the fiscal year 2023 operating budget for revenue and expenditures for the General Fund, Emergency Medical Services Fund, Lowman Solid Waste Fund, and Lowman Community Development Agency Trust Fund. Realign appropriations from General Fund, Fleet Management Fund, and Risk Management Fund reserves for unanticipated expenditures.
Commissioners, this resolution first does a couple things. One, recognizes $70,000 of unanticipated revenue from the Community Foundation from the transfer to the Lowman CRA. It realigns $85,000 from general reserves and communications for retirement payouts that were in both communications, Public Defender's Office for technology purposes, and also recognize unanticipated revenues over emergency medical services by $5.5 million. Finally, it recognizes $29,000 of unanticipated revenue with the Lowman Solid Waste Fund and $500,000 for increased fuel costs. These are realignments, and we ask for your approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. Everybody, please remember to turn on your mic and speak into the mic so people can hear us. Any comments, suggestions, questions? Anything? All right, all those in favor, please designate by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. Item number 33.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. I didn't have my mic on. Item 33 is resolutions to adopt final millage rates and budgets for fiscal year 2024.
You have this, Madam Chair, if you'd start off the
Yep.
script.
Give me 1 minute. All right. Good evening, everyone. This is the public hearing for the adoption of the FY24 final millages and final budgets. Has any correspondence been received regarding the final millages and final budgets to be heard tonight? Darrell-Lynn?
Yes, Madam Chair. Since the first public hearing, the clerk has received 138 emails in opposition to millage reductions for the Palm Harbor Community Services District, Public Library Services District, East Lake Library Services District, and East Lake Recreation Services District. 5 emails in opposition to an increase in taxes, and the Office of Management and Budget has received 6 phone calls.
How many phone calls?
6.
Okay. Tonight's public hearing is the second and final public hearing for the consideration and adoption of the FY24 final millages and final budgets. Before we get started, I'll walk through the sequence of events for tonight. We will accept public comment on the following property tax levies and budgets by the following taxing authority classification: the BCC countywide levy for the Pinellas County General Fund and the county level supporting the Health Department Fund, the levies for dependent special districts and municipal service taxing district units that going forward will be referenced as MSTUs. Dependent special districts include the Emergency Medical Services Authority, the Pinellas Planning Council. MSTUs include the Unincorporated Area MSTU, Public Library Services District, Palm Harbor Community Services District, Feather Sound Community Services District, East Lake Library Services District, and East Lake Recreation Services District, and the Special Fire Protection Districts. If you are here to speak regarding the final millages and final budgets, you should have filled out a blue card. If you have not filled out a card and wish to speak, please see the staff seated by the entry door and they will assist you. For all the pre-registered online participants, you will be instructed at the proper time to raise your hand in the virtual meeting. After all public comment, I will ask the board if they recommend any further changes to the final millages and final budgets. If so, I will ask the board for a motion and a vote to adopt any changes. Finally, we will adopt the resolution setting the final FY24 millage rates and budgets. These resolutions will be adopted in accordance with Florida statutes. The final millage will be adopted first, and then the final budget for each of the taxing authorities. Before we begin this public hearing, if anyone has specific questions or concerns regarding the assessed value of their property, exemptions or classification related to your property, or information on the trim notices, tonight we have here with us Kevin McKeon, the Deputy of Assessment Administration. Thank you for being here, Kevin. From the Pinellas County Properties Appraiser's Office. If anyone would like to speak with him, please follow him at this time and he will answer your questions. For those attending virtually, please contact the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office at 727-464-3207, Monday through Friday from 8 in the morning to 5 p.m. Or you can email mike@pcpao.org. Florida statutes also provide that a taxing authority may adopt the tax levies and budgets of all its dependent special taxing districts and MSTUs by a single unanimous vote. However, if a member of the general public requests that the tax levy or budget of a dependent tax district or MSTU be separately discussed and separately adopted, we will then discuss and adopt that district's tax levy and budget separately. At this time, does any member of the general public attending the meeting in person request separate discussion or separate adoption of a tax levy or budget of any dependent special district or MSTU? Okay. And then, Darrell-Lynn, do you want to speak to the people that have pre-registered, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. 2 individuals have pre-registered to speak by Zoom on the budget. For those of you that have pre-registered to speak online, if you are requesting separate discussion or adoption, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand virtually in the Zoom application. Do not raise your hand if you have questions or comments about final millages or final budgets at this time. We can proceed. They're not raising their hand.
All right. We will now open the second official public hearing on the final FY24 millage rates and budgets. Madam Clerk.
Public hearing is being held in accordance with Chapters 129 and 200 of the Florida statutes. The meeting has been duly noticed by the notice of proposed tax increase and the summary of proposed budget legal ads that were published in the September 17th, 2023 edition of the Tampa Bay Times. Affidavits stating proof of publication have been received for filing.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We, the Board of County Commissioners, as taxing authority for the BCC countywide dependent special districts and MSTUs, as previously referenced, will now proceed with the public hearings. Barry?
In accordance with Florida statutes, I want to publicly note that the percentage increase in the millage rate for all budgets over the rollback rate based upon the maximum rates on the trim notice to fund the FY24 final budget is 8.46%, an 8.46% increase over the aggregate rollback rate of 5.8963. The primary purpose for these increases in millages over the rollback rates are due to the following. In the general fund, including unincorporated area MSTU, and in the Emergency Medical Services Authority, revenue increases are required to support personnel and operating expenditure levels that are driven by inflationary factors and board priorities. In the Pinellas Planning Council, revenue increases are required for the same purpose as per the request of Forward Pinellas. The Health Department fund revenue is remaining flat due to having sufficient reserve levels to provide for future planned capital along with property values that can support annual operations. In the Public Library Services District, the Palm Harbor Community Services MSTU, the Feather Sound Community Services MSTU, the East Lake Library Services MSTU, East Lake Recreation Services MSTU, and 9 of 12 Special Fire Protection District, revenue increases are needed to support increased expenditures by the agencies providing for those services for those districts. In the other 3 Special Fire Protection Districts, the revenue is decreasing due to those districts having sufficient reserve levels to provide for future planned capital along with property values that can support annual operations.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. We will now continue this public hearing as taxing authority for the BCC countywide dependent special districts and MSTU levies by taking public comment from citizens who wish to be heard regarding our FY24 budget. Madam Clerk, do I have all of the blue cards?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do we have people that have registered online that need to go first?
We do have 2 registered online. If there are any members of the public that pre-registered and wish to comment on the FY24 final millage rates or budgets, please raise your hand in Zoom. Ms. Barnes, are you able to hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We can hear you.
Okay. So I'm Aiden Barnes from Largo, and I get that the total budget amount is different than the general fund. I'm not referring to grant projects like the American Rescue Plan money or the opioid settlement. I understand the difference. But if you're trying to tell me that our property taxes are not being raised, I don't believe you. I've seen the numbers. Our millage rate is going up. There is an 8.46 millage increase over the rollback rate of nearly 5.9. So if you're telling me that my property taxes are not going to increase, I don't believe you. You are the ones giving misinformation by insinuating that we will not be paying more property taxes. It's not misinformation to point out that members of this board are voting to raise our taxes. So that's very frustrating to me. So yeah, I strongly urge each of you today to vote no on this massive tax increase. This is the largest spending bill in Pinellas history. The exact numbers are $3.8 billion. That is really hard to stomach. So Commissioner Eggers laid out some great ideas how to cut the budget. Commissioner Scott did as well. Shockingly, they were the only 2 votes against this budget in the first budget meeting. I was absolutely floored, I have to tell you, absolutely floored. So Commissioner LaValette-Peters, please consider changing your vote from yes on this massive bill to no, and let's work this out. So, you know, it's not for the Sheriff's Department deputies, that's 2.5%. We can come up with that money. We have reserves, you know? So just vote no, negotiate in other areas, you know, like, it's frustrating to me. If we had used Penny for Pinellas money as intended, instead of for high-rise building projects, we wouldn't have had to raise the millage these past few years. Let's use the penny for what it's intended for. You know, stop the projects. Then we'll have $90 million yearly in penny money to fund the budget and cut taxes for residents, which is what we thought was going to happen now with this new board. So vote no today on this proposed $400 million budget increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Please refrain from that. Please refrain from that. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Vernillo, can you please unmute yourself? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Heather Vernillo. I reside at 4978 Westbury Circle in Palm Harbor. I am both a resident and a small business owner here in Pinellas County, and I'm speaking tonight against a budget increase of $400 million. In 2020, when you closed our businesses and laughed in our faces when we cried in desperation to reopen our businesses, you raised our taxes. We did not forget that. $2.4 billion budget, all to pad the reserves. Then in 2021, you crept it up to $2.6 billion, thinking that we wouldn't notice. Then $2.9 billion in 2022, and then 2023 rolls around and it's $3.4 billion. And now tonight you're planning to pass a $3.8 billion budget. In the entire state of Montana doesn't have a budget as large as ours. You are killing us. 58% increase in 3 years? Why? Between your tax hike and the failing insurance industry, thanks to our Florida house, we are at our breaking points. You claim you're not raising our taxes, but my statement from Mike Twitty says otherwise. Is the millage rate not increasing? And this will trickle down. Landlords will need to raise rents, businesses will have to increase prices. All those raises you're giving county employees will be completely moot because you're killing us. Unless, of course, your plan is to watch the middle class fall so you can push through your so-called affordable housing plans that's listed on the county website as a high priority budget item. I have patients who have to choose between buying their medications or buying food. And I understand that inflation's coming from a federal level, but we're all struggling. And I am not disagreeing that county employees don't need raises, but the rest of us as taxpayers, we're not getting any raises. And you want to increase our taxes again. You're killing us. Stop spending our hard-earned money to launder money through PSTA. The bed tax should be going toward beach renourishment and mangrove repairs, things that actually affect tourism here, not funding $600 million to a private billion-dollar corporation to build a stadium. And I hope that that raise gear that you're sporting tonight wasn't a freebie for handing out our taxpayer money. You stole from us in 2020, and we won't forget that. And if you're looking for ways to save money, perhaps vote for a decrease in your salary. Most taxpayers don't know that you're being paid 6 figures for a part-time job, and that Mr. Burton does 90% of the work. Just know that we know why you advocate for moving to 12-year term limits. We know. You are elected officials that are elected to represent your constituents, and 5 of you are sitting there right now have forgotten that. Do not pass this budget. Stop killing us. Thank you, Mr. Eggers and Mr. Scott, for meeting with concerned taxpayers and having a sensible approach to this budget. The rest of you, do better. We won't forget this in November of 2024. Actions have consequences. Have a good evening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please, I ask you please not to do that.
Madam Chair, I thought that there was probably a request for Mr. Burton to go over what he went over during our meeting as it relates to how the Ray Stadium is being funded.
Right, but before that, Commissioner Latvala has asked to be recognized.
Well, before the citizen comments, I was going to ask some questions, but I believe that is probably now an inappropriate time for me to ask questions, so I will do that at the end of
Well, we're
the citizen
between
comment.
the ones online and the people that are here, right, Madam Clerk? So
That's correct, Madam Chair.
So it's a perfect time.
Okay. My question for Mr. Burton is that it's been suggested by someone who owns a media company and who has press credentials that we are going to be taxing every citizen in Pinellas County $400. Every child, every adult, $400 to cover a $400 million tax increase. Is that true?
No. Commissioner Latvala, as I explained earlier, the $400 million includes grants. It includes money that's going to reserves for things such as our solid waste fund, which has nothing to do with general government. It has $105 million in American Rescue Plan funds that are going for things such as safe routes to schools that this board approved and these are all federal funds. It includes tourism development tax funds where we're taking in higher revenue this year, $62 million, but we're only increasing the budget by $500,000. All the remainder of that is going into reserves, but that all has to be appropriated and is all part of this budget. So the $400 million that was stated is simply incorrect. That is not taxes. That is all other funds. The general fund is going up by $54.7 million. $40 million of that is the sheriff, and the average taxpayer would have an impact on the average household of or home value in the county of about $56.
So what would happen if we were to spend opioid settlement money, ARPA money, bed tax money on, say, roads or transportation or something that it's not designed for?
I know the county attorney's wanting to jump in. The fact is, it wouldn't go through because it wouldn't be allowed because it would violate state and federal law. And so it would be misappropriation of funds. Ken Burke wouldn't cut the check. County attorney wouldn't sign the contract. And so our process is checks and balances to assure that does not occur.
My last question. This morning there was an announcement at the TROP. In keeping in mind that this body has not taken any vote on appropriating any funds for a potential Ray Stadium, but with the idea that what's been proposed is $300 million from bed tax money, is that coming from property tax, the general revenue, or bed tax dollars?
That is only coming from the hotel bed tax, so all short-term rentals, it's bed tax money that can only be used as per state law for tourism-related activities. So minor league baseball stadiums, beach nourishment, Dolly Museum, we do arts. So it has very specific use for those funds, and those are all defined by state law.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Latvala. Did you have further, Commissioner Flowers? No, ma'am. Okay.
No, ma'am, no further comment.
Anyone else while we're paused here? Lois Eno, please come forward. State your name and address, please, for the record.
Good evening. My name is Lois Eno. I'm the director at Eastlake Community Library in Palm Harbor. The recent proposal to reduce the millage rate for the FICSA entities in the Pinellas Public Library Cooperative had a chilling effect on the staff members, volunteers, and patrons of Palm Harbor and Eastlake. And although the proposal was rescinded, thank you, Commissioner Latvala, I'm here this evening to emphasize the critical need for your libraries and how even a reduced millage rate would have a devastating effect on these institutions. Your library, at its essence, is a community place. It is something special to everyone in the community who uses it. The services we provide are directly connected to those issues that our patrons feel are their highest priorities. It's your community's best preschool learning place. It complements your schools and is the parent-preferred after-school place for children and teens. It's a place to access information in a variety of formats, from print to electronic and everything in between. It's a place where community members gather for story times, book clubs, community meetings, classes, tech help, passport applications, and so much more. It's the place for equal internet and information access for anyone in your community. It's the place to get professional help if you want to assess the accuracy and relevance of information you find. At present, it is estimated that over 10% of the population in Eastlake is below the poverty level. Many, according to census figures, are our senior citizens on fixed incomes. The library is vital to these residents who rely on it as a place for lifelong learning on an equal basis and free of charge. I implore you to remember us as you look at multi-billion-dollar budgets each year and how we continue to strive to do more with less as rising costs impact our health and property insurance, materials and resources, and our ability to attract and keep the best staff members we can. A few dollars savings from a homeowner's trim notice each year equates to $110,000 or 10% of our budget in crippling cuts for our library. And we know by the overwhelming response of our residents to last week's proposal how they feel. Help us keep our libraries strong. Your library is not a frill. It's essential to the health and welfare of your community. It's a reflection of the quality of life around you. Your libraries have served its citizens well for a long time, and we must continue to serve our communities in the future with your help and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois. Rose Sims. Good evening.
Hello, hi, good afternoon. My name is Rose Sims. My family and I live here in Clearwater at 2424 Sharkey Road. I'm sure we can all agree that recently we've had huge increases in the cost of living and expenses. Many of us are struggling. I would like you to vote against raising the rates and approving the larger budget. I would like you to vote in favor of the rollback. This would directly help the families living here locally. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Saskia Murphy. Saskia Murphy.
Good evening. My name's Saskia Murphy. I've lived in the Clearwater area for about 20 years, and I currently live at 2659 Meadowwood Drive in Clearwater. I'm voting against the increase in rates. I hire people in this area, and if you're a single person living in your own household without a husband or without a wife or a partner, it's very hard to afford the cost of living. So I know I've done it. The only chance that I could have to buy a house was when I got married and we had enough income. And now with the increased rates, we're being priced out of our own homes here. And I just hope that you can recognize that some people in this area will not be able to afford to continue living in this state, in this county, if we continue to raise the rates on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Larrick. Diane? Good evening.
Hello. I'm speaking today because I'm almost 70 years old. So my income is not going up. My income is going down. And there's many people in this area that are in a similar situation. We bought our house 4 years ago because it was affordable to us. And raising all these rates will simply just make it more and more difficult. So what do we have to do at our age? We have to cut back. We have to cut back here, cut back there, in order to be able to just stay in a home. Now, I feel like the government budget should apply the same principle. If you're struggling to pay for things, don't go to the taxpayer who's struggling and ask for more money and put your hand out again and again. No, take a good look at it and look where the waste is and cut out the waste. There is always waste in government budgets. And if you look for it, you will find it. And you will find a solution so it doesn't just end up on the taxpayers' backs. Every time you need more money or somebody dreams up a project, and just because someone dreams up a project doesn't mean you have to go through with it. You should evaluate and make sure you can afford it. Just the same as a homeowner has to evaluate if they can afford projects on their home. A lot of them are needed, but you evaluate which ones you can afford to do. So, and also I'm speaking for my daughter. She has small children and they barely keep up, so what do? I do childcare for them for free. So if I'm doing that for free just so they can afford to stay in their home, why would you punish people like us and give us more taxes and more taxes and more taxes? No, so many of these programs can be cut, can be trimmed, can be more economical, and that's what I'm asking you to do, is please take a look at it. Find other ways to solve your problems than just increase taxes. That is actually being not responsible. It's the easy, quote, easy solution for you guys. Oh, we'll just increase taxes. But it's the most difficult solution for all of us out there who have to pay the taxes. So I'm asking you to reconsider and take a good look at your budget and find ways to trim it. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Gray. Stephanie Gray. Hello,
I'm the daughter.
I gathered.
So in 2019, my husband and I had a 1-year-old boy, and we were barely surviving. We moved in with my parents because we couldn't even afford rent. We looked at all the states, and the great state of Florida won. Hold on. So we moved here so we would have a chance to buy a home, raise our kids, afford, you know, I still drive a 2011 car. We haven't even gotten that far yet. But we were able to buy a home in 2020, and we've loved Florida. We've loved living here. We now have 2 children. But every year, the cost of living keeps growing and growing. And it's now getting to this point where we're not even sure what we're going to do, but we want to stay in Florida. We love Florida. This was one of the best places to be during the pandemic. And so I do, you know, I'm sure you guys felt it. I felt it. It was very unharmonious during the pandemic between us and the commission. And I really actually want to start out on a new leaf with the commission. Chris, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your last name. Okay, so Commissioner Chris, Commissioner Peters, Commissioner Eggers, I've been following you guys since I've been here. And I have a lot of admiration for you. I really do. And Mr. Eggers, I voted for you. I'm in your district. And I do truly want to work in harmony with you guys going forward. It was very uncomfortable during the pandemic. I wish none of that had to happen. So I am asking that you listen to us now. I felt like a lot of what we asked for went on deaf ears in the past. But now we truly are trying to get out of some of the holes we got into in the pandemic, and you know, it's a new leaf. I'm hoping we can stay in our home and raise our children in Florida and not have to move again because the cost of living gets too high. So, Commissioner Peters and Commissioner Chris, I truly would love to hear your thoughts on why you are voting for it, just because I do have a lot of admiration for you, and I would have voted for you if I was in your district. So please, you know, hear us, work with us, listen to us. And if you are voting against what the majority of us want, I do encourage you to explain why. I don't want any animosity between us and our voices that are in office. So please vote no. I know we're a small group, but I tell you, there's a lot more out there that just don't know that they should have showed up tonight. Okay, thank you.
Megan Panic. Well, if you would stop clapping, maybe you would hear me. Megan Panic.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Megan Panic. You probably can't really see me, but you can hear me at least. So I'm a real estate broker here in Clearwater. And I have been licensed for 18 years. I also live in Clearwater, and I'm a property owner of rental properties. So my perspective is a little different maybe than just a homeowner looking at what I have to pay personally. It's also, as a landlord, what trickles down to all these tenants, because I can tell you that from what I own and from what I manage, every single landlord just sends that bill down to the tenants. And the rent goes up and up. And I know you guys have attention on affordable housing, and this is the first thing that kills affordable housing is tax and insurance. It's made rents unbearable for people. And every tenant that has not been able to afford the rent that I've had move out in the last 3 years moves out of the county. They move north to Pasco. They cannot afford Pinellas anymore. Tax and insurance has gotten out of control for them and for us. Our values on the properties have doubled or tripled, which means our tax bill has doubled or tripled already. Increasing the millage rate further just makes that even more, but they're already paying 2 or 3 times what we were 3 years ago. In 3 years, it's doubled or tripled. So last year, I had tons of people buy houses, but several of them called me this year saying, my monthly payment on my house went up $700 or $900 per month. Just because of tax and insurance alone, $700 or $900 per month. That is huge. They cannot afford to keep going up. They're calling me to sell their houses. Literally, one of them is selling their house. They can't afford it. Okay, so I please ask that you do not approve this higher budget, which will increase the millage rate, and that you reconsider the proposal from Dave Eggers and Brian Scott to reduce the millage rate. You have so much more money than you did 3 years ago because the values have gone up so much. Thank you.
Janine Capari? Janine? Hello.
Hello, my name is Janine Capone. I live at 1839 Sharondale Drive. I have lived in Clearwater since I was 2 years old, and I just celebrated my 54th birthday on Friday. So I'm probably older than a lot of you here. I don't have my glasses on, but I'm guessing that, and I've probably been here longer than most of you. I went to Eisenhower Elementary, Safety Harbor Middle School, and graduated from Clearwater High. I love Clearwater. Never have I dreamed of going anywhere else. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. But in the last, I would say 2 years, I've started thinking of where I might have to move. And sorry if I get emotional. I can't afford to live here anymore. My pay hasn't gone up, and all of my bills had tripled. I'm single. I live by myself, so I don't have help. And I don't want to leave Clearwater. It's my home, and I love it here. A lot of you sitting around have a spouse at home to help you, or you make the kind of money that you don't have to worry about bills increasing. 3 years ago, I considered myself middle class, by myself, doing it on my own with no help from anybody. I had extra money to start a savings account for my 2 grandkids. I didn't get very far with it because as soon as I was proud and holding myself up, saying, I don't need help from anybody, I can do this on my own, everything started to triple. I had a ceiling fall down in one of my bedrooms. I have no money to pay for it to get fixed because I've pulled everything from savings to pay my bills that keep tripling. I don't even know what it's gonna be like to retire because I have nothing in savings anymore, nothing. Somebody said something about they had a 2011 car. To go out and try to get a car right now is as much as a house used to be when I was 2. Well, probably when I was 15. Please vote against this. I don't want to leave Clearwater, and I know a lot of people are in the same position as me. Thank you.
Melissa Sherman? Melissa Sherman.
Hello, I'm Melissa Sherman, and I was not planning on speaking, but I just moved here 2 years ago from California. California is the hellhole that lots of us know that it is. And I came here for a better life for my family, better chance of survival. There's the no state taxes and things of that nature. And I'm trying to buy a house, and I've been living. Luckily, I have a sister who owns a condo, so my family of 4 was able to stay there for not very much money, but we have outgrown the condo. My kids are turning into teenagers now, and we're trying to buy a house, but it's just not affordable. Houses that were $350,000 about 3 years ago are $550,000 today, and add to that the new tax rates going up. I will not be able to afford it, and I will be priced right out of Florida as if I was still in California. And I don't think that that's what we want here in Clearwater or in Pinellas County. It's one of the most beautiful places I have ever been, and I want to stay. And I do think everybody should vote no because, like Megan was saying, there's the trickle effect. it's going to get more expensive for people to own a home, and that their money's going to go less. They're not going to spend money out. Everybody understands the trickle effect. Anyways, vote no. I'm voting no. And I think, like the other woman was saying, look inside your budgets and start cutting somewhere else. Because continuously going into the pockets of the taxpayers, you're going to price out those pockets, and those pockets will get less and less. And you will have to open up more affordable housing, because all of us who are trying to stay middle class will now need those affordable housing, and nobody then can live the American dream. We are all now going to be reliant on the government for survival, and we don't want that. We want everybody here to flourish and prosper. Thank you.
Adora Christian. Adora Christian.
Oh, this is exciting, watching our Republic in action. I love it. I really do. It gets me all excited. So real quick, somebody mentioned lockdowns, right? I didn't participate the first time. So if you bring them around, I'm not participating the second time, okay? Just so you know, for the record, okay? Also, how property taxes work when you guys are, for people listening, when you buy a home, like say it was sold at $200,000, then you buy it at $500,000, the increase that people are talking about is that. When you buy the house, that is the increase. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not like you just demanded all these taxes. It's the value of the homes have gone up, therefore what you're bringing in has gone up. Okay, so I was really upset on my way here because I was given some bad information put out for a political score, which I love political scores, but I have to be honest, there's bad information put out. And when I ran into a real citizen journalist from ION Tampa Bay, she and I were talking, she explained it to me. And I thought, wow, we showed up to harass and attack somebody that we shouldn't have had to do that. We have to be pragmatic when we're doing this, correct? We really do. So with that being said, I want to start with the good. Our county is not insolvent. And you guys know there are counties and cities and states that are completely insolvent. So I'm going to give you that, okay? I'm going to give you that. Our county is not insolvent. I think that's something to appreciate. Number two, we elected some really great guys into office. We got Dave Edgars in, we got Brian Scott in, we got Latvala in. Did we not? We did. We stumped for all you guys. Okay, and I appreciate you guys holding the line, Dave and Brian, and business owners. We see it. We know when we run our own business, there is fat to be cut somewhere. What we're going to demand right now is rolling back the millage rate. As a real estate professional, it is really affecting my job, and home ownership is the backbone of a community. You have to have a home ownership because then you're invested in your neighborhood. It brings around safety. Children that live in an owned home have higher IQs. They do better in test scores. These are all facts from the Board of Realtors. You could look it up. There's many reasons why people need to own a home and why it needs to remain affordable. Affordable housing is BS. We all know it. That's government housing. I don't want any of that anywhere near me. Just treat people like humans. Don't tax them out of owning a home, and we don't need affordable housing. We will not just, hold on, I was scribbling, I'm left-handed. We don't want just a budget posted, because the budget is good, but now we want the actuals. We want to know actually when we pay taxes where it's all going to. Okay, so we want to see that, like who's actually getting paid the money. You have budgets, you have actuals, right? During the pandemic, my budget did not have 10 pairs of new shoes, but guess what was in my closet? 10 pairs of new shoes, okay? Budgets, actuals. Hold on, I'm almost done.
Your time is up, ma'am.
And I think that you guys need to follow Dave Edgars and Brian Scott's lead. How do I turn this off? You need to follow their lead. Oh, my time is up? Okay, I just want to remind you that I don't like the way you're talking to people. I think you forgot who you work for, and you need to watch how you talk to people. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Delaware. Bob Delaware.
Sir, please.
Bob Delaware.
Please stop interrupting me.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Bob Delaware, and I live at 510 Mariva Avenue in Clearwater. After hearing all of this, I came up here basically to just ask you to vote no on a tax increase or a millage rate increase. But I think you're doing a fantastic job just keeping the county solvent and doing the job that you are doing, and that should be appreciated, because I know it's not like the flashiest job and you get the backlash from the people. But yes, just things that have already been stated. My insurance has gone up 25% this year, last year. It does keep increasing. We're not going to move out of Pinellas County. We left Pinellas County. But it does make it much easier if there's also not a property tax increase. So if there's any way to trim the budget, if there's any way to work within the budget you have, and I'm not sure, I don't think what the lady said about the library, cutting that out, that would not be a good thing for the county or for the people. But I do think if there's other ways to trim the budget, I don't really know all there is to know about the entirety of your budget, but I trust that you guys do, and that you can do a fantastic job with that and somehow keep it within the workable budget, because we've all obviously, yourselves also live here, so your own taxes are going up and the whole thing just inflates. So if there's anything you can do to better that, I would appreciate that. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Sharon Calvert. Sharon Calvert.
Good evening, I'm Sharon Calvert, and I live in Tierra Verde. I want to take the time to thank you for your hard work on the Grand Canal dredging issue as we bring that finally to fruition. I couldn't not put that things out there. But regarding the county budget and the millage rate, I do believe there's more due diligence that's required. Florida Tax Watch in 2023 stated Pinellas County has the 5th highest property tax rates in the state, behind St. Lucie, Alachua, Broward, and Duval, none of whom are our neighboring competitor counties. From the proposed budget, the General Property Tax Fund, which you have the most discretion for spending, increases 15% over last year. The proposed operating budget is 27% higher than 2022 and 12% higher than last year. Without any millage rollback, the general fund increases by 12%, and the entire countywide fund increases by 11%. This is a tax increase. The increases are greater than inflation plus population growth. Many residents of Pinellas are struggling with highest inflation, high gas prices, skyrocketing food costs, and we're being hammered with insurance costs. A tax increase is simply another financial burden on residents and businesses who are having to cut back on their spending, stretch their budgets, spend on credit, or simply do without. You're elected to make the hard decisions. And be prudent with our tax dollars. I would like to see the millage rate rolled back, and I would have some recommendations. Ask every county department how they can cut 10% of their budget, reduce the amount going to reserves. While you have 15% as a minimum, you're putting 20.8. Cut it back to 17 or 18%. Pass a taxpayer bill of rights, which is through an ordinance to prohibit tax revenues or spending from increasing faster than inflation plus population growth. I do not believe county and public funds should go to a baseball stadium that goes to somebody in the private sector who is already quite wealthy. That is an inappropriate use of taxpayer money. And then if the board has a problem in cutting spending, I suggest that you appoint a citizen budget task force, and we will do it. And I also would ask for the checkbook online. I think transparency and letting the taxpayers know where every check is going and who it's going to would be great. They did it in Hillsborough County. I worked in the private sector for over 35 years, and reducing a budget can be done. You just need the willpower to do it. Please roll back the millage rate. Thank you.
Jean Molinati.
Hi, my name is Jean Malnati. I live at 1856 Redcoat Lane. I am not in the city of Clearwater, I'm in the Pinellas County area. However, I didn't come quite as prepared as a lot of these folks, but I can tell you inflation is a major factor to be considered. Most people, most families are struggling, and to put on top of that raising property taxes, it's just too much. The millage rate should be rolled back because property values have increased significantly since 2020. That alone, as other people have stated, creates property tax going up. So raising the millage rate is not a solution. Everyone that I am associated with is budgeting. I do believe that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Mellon. Barbara Mellon.
Hello, my name is Barbara Mellon, and I reside at 2908 Shannon Circle in Palm Harbor. I originally planned on attending this meeting to respectfully urge the Board of County Commissioners to retract any possible consideration of not approving the millage and budget for the Palm Harbor Library, the Pinellas Libraries, and the Palm Harbor Park and Rec. Instead, I wanted to thank the commissioners for the news that we've had that this cut might be taken off the table. I also wanted to thank those commissioners who took the time to respond to so many emails that we sent as a community. What I would, though, ask is that Commissioner Latvala please address why the Pinellas Library Services District, the Palm Harbor Library, Palm Harbor Parks and Rec, East Lake Library, East Lake Parks and Rec were the only places that were recommended for possible budget cuts in the most recent meeting on September 7th. For the amount of money that the county spends, I would argue those entities contribute more to public safety and community wellness than almost any other aspect of the budget. As you might have read in an email I personally sent, I myself used the Palm Harbor Library as a refuge from my abusive husband, where my young son could play and he couldn't get me. I later used it after I left him as a haven from the busy outside world as I worked on rebuilding my life. Who knows how many others have found similar safety and refuge in our libraries and parks and rec. I would also ask Commissioner Latvala why he didn't bring up any other agencies in your district for budget cuts. Why only agencies that were publicly attacked for being inclusive and publicly threatened their own budgets and jobs if they didn't comply. Now, I'm sure by now all of the county commissioners have read all the many, many emails and phone calls, all the letters regarding the amazing things that the library and Parks and Rec do. Please keep this in the mind in the future when considering how to balance our budget and how much these underfunded resources do for our community with respect to the minuscule level of funding. And please keep in mind why someone might try to cut one specific budget. Thank you again so much for listening to all the residents of Palm Harbor and the surrounding areas, and for all of those who use our libraries and Parks and Rec. We do appreciate being heard.
Thank you. Preston, Delaware. Preston, Delaware.
Hi, my name is Preston Delaware. I live at 20 South Saturn Avenue. I didn't prepare anything because I didn't know I was going to be speaking, but I think you should vote no on raising the millage rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosie Purdon. Rosie Purdon.
Hello.
Hello.
I didn't really prepare anything either. I just kind of want to piggyback on what everybody has already said about digging deep. Oh, my address, 202 Orange View in Clearwater. Lived here for about 15 years. I've met a few of you before. Hi, Chris. If what everyone has already said is great. If you could not increase the taxes, that would be amazing. Cost of living has really gone up, and I'd appreciate you digging deep and really looking at how you can maybe cut some other spending to make it easier for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Rain, Delaware.
Hi, I'm Rain Delaware. I live at 20 South Saturn Avenue. My husband and I recently moved back to Clearwater from Atlanta. I was born and raised here. I've always found it to be one of the most beautiful places to be around. It's very safe. We recently just bought a house, which is very exciting, but with that come all the payments and the taxes and everything. So it becomes a lot when you are trying to start a family and grow up and do all the things that you've seen your parents be able to do. And I would really appreciate if you guys look and see if there's another way to cut the budget to do what you guys are trying to do and not raise the property taxes, so we can continue to keep it a beautiful city and keep the residents who have been here for so long here. Thanks.
Thank you. Kathy Swigert. What's her name? Kathy Swigert.
Hi, y'all. So I moved here from California, and I really do believe that everybody here has the best of intentions, whether we're residents or county commissioners. But we have to really look at what are the facts. What's happening from the federal government is a great deal of inflation, and we're all suffering from that. California was absolutely insane on inflation. Our house that we paid $124,000 for sold for 1.1 something million when we left there. And that was in 2008. No, that was in 2020. Some of the comments that I hear from people is that Clearwater is becoming like California. With the increase in the property values, how much we're paying for houses. I live in a condo now because, since we're mentioning ages, I'm headed towards 75 next month. And we are confronted with our own form of mandates, which is going to be an additional $24,000 is what we're looking at over a 3-year period of time, on top of the HOA fees that we're already paying, which have already gone up about 30%. It's the insurance, power company, people who, from the city, charges for the lights, everything has gone up exponentially. And it makes it into a problem. So I agree with what Diane said, is in my income, for what I do, I have to cut back. One of the reasons I supported Brian Scott, Dave Edgars, is because especially Brian, he's a businessman. He knows what it's like. You have to work within a budget. You can't keep spending money you don't have. Our federal government has already set that example, spending money that we don't have. And it's resulted in inflation and problems for all of us. And I just found out in talking to somebody out there that you guys were given a mandate. The county was given a mandate from our state legislative, from Tallahassee, on certain costs that we had to come up with the money for. So it's really out of hand, and I think you guys have to hold your position as leaders and take a look at your priorities. Where can you cut? Where can you not cut? And I value our libraries, and I value our public services. But if I don't have the money, I don't go to a concert. If I have to cut my budget and get a friend to cut my hair, that is what I do. If I don't get my nails done, that is what I do. And we all have to make those kinds of sacrifices. It is required of us in order to survive. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of the comment cards. Are there any additional members from the public that wish to speak? Anyone? No? Okay, now that we've heard all public comment from citizens, does any member of the board recommend any changes to these final millage rates or final budgets? Commissioner Peters?
Thank you. I do have a comment, and I appreciate everybody coming out here, and I love their passion, and I get it. And, you know, since I got on this commission, I've asked for a rollback year after year after year. And finally, for 2 years in a row, we rolled back our millage rate. And I'm really proud of that. And I can tell you this year, we would have done another rollback on the millage rate, except that the state of Florida put more than a $21 million mandate that we have to pay. It's not like we can say, oh, we're not gonna. We're just gonna hold firm and sorry, state of Florida, we're not gonna do what you just mandated to do. We can't do that, it's the law. So that's more than $21 million that this board didn't have a choice in, that we have to pay for. We don't have a choice. And you know, there was comments, and Sharon, I love you, and I love your research, because I think you're amazing. But I did look up all the millage rates for the state of Florida, and there's 48 counties that have a higher millage rate than Pinellas County does. So I saw the tax watch thing that you were talking about, and how they're doing your calculations, I don't know. It probably has more to do with new home sales that drove that up to that number. But if you take a look at the 2022 millage rates, 48 other counties have a higher millage rate than we do. So, so I just wanted to clarify that. I didn't want anyone going out thinking, oh, we're the most expensive place in the state of Florida on our millage rate. When you're looking at millage rate, we're number 49, I believe. So, so I just wanted to clarify that. You know, nobody has asked for and, you know, really advocated for a tax cut more than I have over the last 4 years. And I do believe that had we not gotten these unfunded state mandates, that we would have rolled the millage rate back again. But unfortunately, that's not what happened. And just like everybody else, we've got inflation, we've got everything else that's going on board. And I promise you, we don't want to raise these taxes. That's why at some point we thought about going after libraries, because we don't want to do it. We really don't want to do it. And our hope is that next year we can be better. And next year the state won't give unfunded mandates. But I'll tell you, as much as you're advocating to us about lowering this, I hope that you will advocate every one of your state legislatures members and tell them that they've got to stop doing this. They take away our authority to do our job. They take away our home rule, and then they have poured down unfunded mandates on local government where we don't have a choice. And $20 million would have been a significant rollback on our taxes, but we couldn't do it because of them, the law. And so I just wanted to make that clear. I know some of you are not happy with the vote that I'm doing this year, but I believe that over the last 2 years, we have been good stewards at spending down the reserves that we had without putting us at risk, especially since we're a coastal community. And I feel that the last 2 years, rolling back the millage rate was the right thing to do. And this year, I really wanted another year of rolled back millage rates, but with a more than $20 million mandate, then it just took away our ability to do that. And so I am equally as frustrated as you are, but my frustration at this point is at the state legislature and I served up there for 6 years. I understand how it all works. I understand the process, but I think they make those votes and they don't really consider when the rubber hits the road what it means to the citizens. And this is it. This is what it means. And you know, I really hope that you voice your opinion as loudly with them as you have with us. And I do thank you for coming on board.
Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to mention about the unfunded mandates, but I won't since Commissioner Peters did. But as was mentioned earlier, the general fund's being increased by $54 million. $40 million of that is for the sheriff's office. $10 million of that is for raises for our heroic deputies. Another 13.2 of that is and state mandated retirement system that is just centered solely on the sheriff's office. And then there's, other increases associated with the sheriff's budget that are with the jail, food costs, medical costs, things like that. But last week, or last time we were here, Commissioner Eggers brought up a good idea, and I supported it, and that was lowering the reserve level. Because currently we have almost a 21% reserve level. His proposal was to lower it to about 16. I supported it. Unfortunately, it didn't pass. But it was mentioned by a speaker that, we're elected to make hard decisions, and I could not agree more. In previous meetings, I have proposed cuts to, or brought up ideas to propose cuts to the Parks Department, the Communications Department, libraries, which we had folks here that brought that up. And also to bring down the percentage of employee pay raises that we're doing this year. That's not even the county commission salary, that's our county employees. All of those proposals did not have the support of this board. I don't believe that it is our job as a county commission to tell the county administrator we want to decrease the millage, we want to roll back the millage. And it was proposed last week, to cut the millage by $20 million. And I asked him, I said, where would you cut that? And he said, across the board, including the sheriff's budget. I believe it's our job as elected officials to say, we want to cut this part of the budget, we want to cut this part of the budget, we want to cut this part of the budget. Not just let Barry Burton determine, and I love Barry, I love Chris, our budget guy, but it's not their job to make those tough decisions, it's our job. And I've made it clear that I'm not going to support cutting a budget that would potentially cut deputy pay raises that is currently set in the budget. So, if we have ideas that do not include cutting the sheriff's budget, I'm all ears. I've brought forth half a dozen ideas, and apparently libraries are very popular and people don't want to cut libraries. Parks are very popular, people don't want to cut parks, which I completely understand. But if we're going to cut something, we need to figure out what exactly we're going to cut. And I will just remind folks that last week the Pinellas County School Board passed a budget that included pay raises for our teachers. I love teachers. My mother was a teacher. But if teachers deserve a pay raise, our deputies sure as heck deserve a pay raise when they're paid $15,000 less than the city of St. Petersburg and other municipalities. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I brought up during our last budget hearing, the big concern that I have is the trend that I'm seeing in our budget and where we're going and whether we're on a sustainable path or not. In 2020, the county budget was $2.4 billion, and what we're talking about here proposed for 2024 is $3.8 billion, which is 58.33% increase over 5 years. If we continue on that same path in another 5 years, in 2029, we're going to be knocking on the door of $6.6 billion. At that point, nobody can afford to live here. And that's something that we have to be very, very concerned about, I think, where we're going. This budget that we have, understanding that we have unfunded mandates that we've talked about to death that we can't do anything about. And I said, my decision package was a full rollback, understanding that with the inflationary pressures we have, that's just not going to happen. This budget checks all the boxes that county government needs. The box that I'm concerned that we're not checking is the one that says we're concerned about the fiscal well-being of our residents, our taxpayers. And we have to keep that in mind. I think that we have to do something here because at some point in time, an event is going to take place that's going to force us to make cuts. It's happened in the past. And when that happens, we have to go in and do some, you know, some scorched earth slash and burn things to get a budget under control. I'd rather do it in a targeted, fiscally responsible way on the front end, so when those events occur, we don't have to go too deep on the back end. You know, we've got a $3 billion fund balance, and we've just increased our reserves from 15% to 20.8%. I just don't think that this was the correct year to do that, and we have to do something. We have to do something for our residents. So I appreciate Commissioner Eggers' last meeting proposing a 0.2 mil reduction. I think that our goal every year should be a full rollback, and I'm going on the record tonight that my goal for next year is a full rollback. I believe that every budget has wiggle room, even budgets on public safety. I mean, we cannot be, public safety is one of the most important things that we do, but we cannot afford to be public safety poor any more than our residents can afford to be insurance poor, house poor, or tax poor. So, Madam Chair, I make a motion to propose a 0.15 reduction in the millage rate, or should be about $18 million if I did my math correct based on what the 0.2 was, which was about $24 million.
Commissioner Flowers? Didn't get a second.
No, wait a minute. We're in this discussion phase. We're going through. I'll second that motion for discussion purposes. Okay. So if that's where we're at in the meeting, then I'll second that for discussion purposes.
All right, well, are you finished, Commissioner
Yes,
Scott?
yes, ma'am.
He's finished. What do you? Commissioner Eggers, do you have?
Yeah, I had some comments, but did you have some? Go ahead.
She did. I recognized her, but then, okay, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for everyone who came out to speak on this evening, whether it was regarding the library. I know there were going to be a ton of people here for the library and the rec center, but when they heard what occurred at the workshop, they decided not to come. Thank you even to those who may not have come on this evening, some who don't support the current budget presentation, and those who do. Barry, when we had our workshops for 3 days for 2 weeks, what was the charge that you provided to all the departments when it came to their budgets?
So there's approximately half of the general fund is the sheriff, and so he presents the budget in total directly to you, and so does the tax collector, supervisor of elections, all of our constitutional officers. For the departments that are under the Board of County Commissioners, we start with asking them to justify their entire budget. We do not give them an inflationary factor to account for gas, electric, any of those things, and then we go through a detailed budget review to find efficiencies and to try to absorb those cost increases as part of building that budget. And that's the reason you'll see a great difference between where those costs come out. So we've tried to absorb those where we can. The budget reflects where we feel as though we can't, and that's the reason we propose the budget as presented.
And what was your suggestion or request when it came to decision packages? For those who may not know what that is when a department asks for something more than what their budget is, they're asking for overage. What were your
We did not provide.
instructions?
Yeah, we did not provide decision packages.
So in preparation for this budget, basically what we did, and I'm asking you to confirm or not, basically what we did was say, conform your budget, stay within the boundaries of where you are. We're not looking to increase anything because we're trying to be as fiscally responsible as possible.
Over the past 2 years, when we were able to do a rollback, it was because of reductions in positions, finding efficiencies within the departments is how we got to the point of being able to do the reductions. It's the hyperinflation that we faced this year of things that are completely outside of our control that provided for the budget recommendation before you.
Were we having any issues or concerns as it relates to employee retention?
Employee retention is a major factor, and the salary request that is in this budget reflects that. As you know, I come to you mid last year, we did not have enough telecommunicators to answer 911 calls. You called and you got put on hold. We had to do a significant pay increase in order to keep them. They were leaving to go to Largo, to Clearwater, to St. Petersburg, and take other jobs. And we see that throughout county government. This reflects a compensation package that is minimal, but reflects the competitive nature of the market.
Did we see an increase in insurance for not just our property insurance, but healthcare insurance?
A significant increase of over $10 million this year.
Okay. For the penny funds that we're utilizing, there was a comment that we're using pennies for high-rise complexes. I know we're using penny money to build affordable units that may be 4 or 5 stories, but not a high-rise complex. Can you give just a very brief overview of what penny money can be used for and what it cannot be used for?
The voter-approved penny money can be used for capital, and capital only. 4.5% is designated to affordable housing and economic development split. The remaining is for capital infrastructure, and so that is for roads and bridges and drainage ways and those types of capital improvements, along with certain things like community centers. And they cannot be used for ongoing costs. In other words, if we can't pay for a cost that will reoccur next year, like a salary.
And I just want to say for a moment, because sometimes I think individuals look at affordable housing or workforce housing as individuals who are not deserving of housing. And that comment bothered me a little bit, because those people who are taking advantage of workforce housing, affordable housing, the projects that we're helping to build, they are your nurses, they are your doctors, they're your firefighters, they're your police officers, and I would want one of them living next to me. Excuse me, I did not make comments when you guys were talking, so if you could show me just the same, I would appreciate it. I really would appreciate it. Affordable housing is 60%, 80%, and 120% AMI. We have constructed a number of projects where those projects encompass 60, 80, and 120. You can't tell who's living there and who's 60% AMI, 80% AMI, or 120. Those that are 30 to 60% AMI are typically individuals who are living in either a St. Pete Housing Association component or the Pinellas County Housing Authority component, because they are living way below poverty level and they're receiving vouchers to help provide for their living arrangements. But when we talk about the increased costs, whether it is groceries, transportation, healthcare, or whatever, it is borne by all of us, not just individuals who are considered working class. It's borne by all of us. And everybody is a resident of Pinellas County who lives in Pinellas County. So one group should not be treated differently or thought about as the other. It doesn't matter if you're paying a little bit of taxes or a lot of bit of taxes. We're all residents in Pinellas County, and we all bore and bear those costs. The other thing I want to say is, oftentimes we get calls about my sidewalks. Unfortunately, we've had some accidents to happen where the roads were not proper, the lighting was not proper. Those have been some very sad situations. And so we then have a responsibility to go out and fix that. So, Barry, based on what we've gotten, how were we able to catch up on those things that residents, taxpayers, contacted us about when it came to sidewalks, roads, et cetera? How were we able to catch up on those projects to make sure that we were doing what was asked of us by our constituents?
In addition to Transportation Trust Fund, over the past 2 years, you've taken a little bit of millage out of your general fund and pushed that to the Transportation Trust Fund. That eliminated the sidewalk backlog and also allowed us to invest in neighborhood roads.
Did we use any ARPA dollars to help catch up on anything?
We did use some ARPA dollars dependent upon the projects.
And just one more time for anyone who may not have been here to hear it. The package that has been presented to us for consideration regarding Tropicana Field, is any of that coming from general revenue? And if not, where does that money come from? And who pays that?
It is coming from, the 300 million is coming from it'll be bonded, so it'll be paid out over the next 30 years. That is coming from the hotel bed tax that can only be spent on activities outlined in the statute.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, everyone who came out tonight, and I appreciate people being involved. I just want to piggyback on Commissioner Peters' comments and clarify a few things. The rollback rate is really not to do with the actual number of the millage rate. It is about the dollars that rate brings in. The rollback rate is 5.8963. In fiscal year 2017, our rate was 5.27. It was that same rate for several years until this commission lowered it 2 years in a row in 22 and 23, down to 5.13 and down to 4.7398, which is what the proposed millage rate is this year. So those who've been told that we are raising the millage rates tonight, that is simply not true. The millage rate is 4.7. I'm not saying that some folks' taxes aren't going up because of values and that kind of thing, but to say that the millage rates are not going up, they are not going up. And to compare us for other counties near us, Pinellas, again, is 4.73. Hillsborough is 5.7. Pasco is 7.6. Those are those millage rates this year, according to our budget office. So we're all feeling those hits. The legislature's failure to deal with homeowners insurance is really crippling this state. Yes. We all see that. We all feel that. The legislature also has a responsibility for property taxes that nobody really talks about with required local effort. That is on your tax bill every single year. This is not passing the buck to the legislature. This is simply, when you look at the whole picture, you have to look at the entire picture and make sure that the legislature is held just as accountable as we are. So again, I just wanted to clear up those, kind of make sure that we're all on the same page when we're having a talk about millage rates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Eggers, you wanted to?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. So I think there's a lot of reasons and arguments to not do anything with the millage rate. You can hear them. You can hear them around the room. You can hear it from staff. And this is a particularly tough year. I originally, in early discussions, was supporting a 50% rollback. I know Commissioner Scott was wishing for a full rollback. And last time I asked for a 0.2 millage rollback, and that didn't have support. But there's one thing that we have going on, and I'm going to call it just incremental creep of costs embedded in a budget that gets talked about, that gets presented. And just as an example, in the earlier session that we had today, we had a human services social grant program. And the last bullet points talks about, the original amount that we were going to fund was 1.55 million for a number of 501c3s that needed some money. There's a couple that were not going to get funded. So it says here that there was a decision package of $155,000 added to the budget so that they could fund all of the requests at full numbers. And so I voted no simply because, not because the organizations didn't need it, but we could have taken the original 1.55 million and spread that out over all of the organizations. Not all of them would have gotten all that they wanted, but they would have gotten a large percentage of it. So instead of spending 1.55 million, it's going to be $155,000 more. Small example, but I just think that's things that we have to be careful about. And it happens frequently. It happens during the budget discussions. I don't know, because I'm probably, I'll plead guilty, but when you look at the penny list of projects that are on there, I mean, it is a long list of projects that take up the $90 million. I could tell you that we didn't scrutinize that budget by line item. So to the comment that we need to come up with the suggestions for changes, I think is a little bit difficult at best. We can give direction. We can tell Barry what we want to cut, and they know where it is. They know what their priorities are in terms of what the residents need, and they can do that. They can do that specific work and tell us where it's coming from. So I just think that we've just got to be very, very careful with that. I'm just going to make a couple of comments here, and then I'll be finished. There's no funding this year that's being added to the reserves. So if you're getting an 11% tax increase, that means we're spending all of it. And I think that's just, to Commissioner Scott's point about sustainability, it's kind of a bad habit. We just are not going to be able to do that every year. And to the years that we're not going to be able to do that, and yet we're going to have that spending habit, whatever that is, whatever outside forces or whatever inside forces that create it, the only way to make it up is to have a millage increase. So we're going to be caught between a rock and a hard place. I think we have to be invariably, we have got to look at those costs. Second point, and you heard it from folks here tonight, so I couldn't say it any better. The community is hurting, big time. From inflation running rampant due to terrible, awful national fiscal policies and over $30 trillion of debt. Now, how does that add to the inflation? How that could possibly add to the inflation are horrible, horrible energy policy that is making us more and more dependent and less sustaining. We can even help our partners with the energy that we have available. But it's driving our food costs, our gas costs, construction costs. The lady talked about a piece of roof falling. So they're sitting in her house now because she can't afford to replace that. It's not cheap. Contractors have been expensive this last 2 or 3 years just to a home project. So I just think that is a huge part that we have to take into consideration. To Commissioner Scott's point, that's a box that we've got to check. Symbolism does matter. You know, we worked so hard, staff did over the last couple years to come up with a solution for the Rays Stadium. And we got a lot of work to go, a lot of input from you guys on that down the road. But today was symbolic about where a success. We kind of put a framework together. So symbolism was important this morning. And I think symbolism is important when it comes to budgets as well. This is not going to allow you to go spend a whole bunch of money with a small millage cut. But it does make a difference. It tells you that we hear you. It tells you that we care about you. And all of these commissioners care about you. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not trying to split that, that issue. But so symbolism does matter. Number 3. We just have to start scrutinizing our penny funds and start removing some of them. We're just going to have to make some hard calls. Some people said it tonight. You just have projects you're just not going to be able to afford as much as you want to. Clearly between our gas tax fund, and our penny, there isn't enough money available for our infrastructure. You think about that. We get $90 million a year. That should be more than enough for our infrastructure. And yet our gas tax fund is upside down, so we're having to add a millage of 0.179 mils to make that a healthier fund because there's some capital there. And I don't want to get too much of the weeds here because I'll end up confusing myself, and then in turn I'll probably confuse you. But it's really important that we start looking at each of that list of penny. One of the things that we talked about today on our policy committee is to exhort the state to fix the gas tax fund. So that allows us not to raise the millage 0.179, because that 0.179 is about almost the money that you're asking for. But that's upside down. We've got to get that fixed, and I think there are some efforts being made to collect funds from electric car drivers. There's going to be a push to get indexing of gas tax, for crying out loud. We can't even, the state can index gas tax, we can't. So we lose money every year in that fund. It's complicated, it's interactive with our penny. And I just think, and there was, speaking of the penny, a couple of years ago, we had a couple of budgets where we balanced the penny in the year that we were providing the budget, but in outgoing years, it wasn't completely balanced. We knew we were going to have to do it at some point. Now we say that it's completely balanced, and I'm not quite sure the value of it being completely balanced for the next 6 or 7 years, because you can provide a little bit of wiggle room as hopefully inflationary costs come down and other things that might relieve some pressure on those costs. Reserve policy of 20.8% was passed. That's 4% over best practices. Best practices recommend 16.7% in our reserve fund. We're at 20.8. And we always espouse best practices, and when it comes to this, the most conservative financial people suggested 16.7. So there's an extra probably 8 million, 9 million times 4, so there's an extra 40 million that we could, I'm not saying do it all in 1 year, but we could spread that out over the next 4 or 5 years and give some relief, about half of what Commissioner Scott was asking for, maybe close to half of what he was asking for. We don't need to be at 20.8%. Best practice is 16.7. We have so many other reserves in the county and in other funds that in an emergency crisis, we can go to those funds. And by the way, we have very little, if any, debt in this county. So if you ever needed to borrow in an emergency, this county would be able to do that. I'm almost finished. So when you're trying to slow, another point, when you're trying to slow the growth of government, you just have to make some tough choices. And everybody going forward is going to have to be fiscally cautious. There is money that could come out of the penny. I mentioned that 0.172 mils for the gas tax fund, and the extra infrastructure money would have annual impact on the budget. Could be lessened. You could take some money out of that penny, combine it with other capital, and get some debt on that and spread it out over more years and drive down that cost that we're incurring this year. I'm just saying there are a lot of things that can be done to relieve the pressure on this year's budget and next year's budget that would also be able to check that box that Commissioner Scott talks about in giving just a little bit back to our residents. The comments that were made, for being candid, there is no millage increase, but the 11% reflects an 11% tax increase. It is clearly going to affect renters, that renters are getting killed on insurance and tax increases because they're capped at 10% increase each year, so they're going to get the full load. And you got some new folks that came into town to buy, and the taxes that they're paying on their home, when compared to people across the street from you, is probably triple, depending on the house and the time of purchase. So people coming in are young people wanting to buy homes for the first time. As somebody said, how important home ownership is to a community is getting more and more difficult. So there's a lot of, again, a lot of reasons, and I probably rambled and it wasn't clear, but what I really want to leave everybody with is we have a choice. We got a lot of creative people in this county commission, or county staff that have done amazing work. We had a lady today that came forward, Miss Kelly, Kelly Levy, who is really working hard creatively to figure out how to take care of our beaches that just were destroyed, and came up with the plan. I mean, we put it together in a week. We got a lot of people. We got a budget director and his staff that are just really creative. I know we can find the 0.15 mils, and it just takes a little bit of hard work and a little bit of decision making. And if we're not going to get it tonight, we have to have a different attitude going into next year. And I appreciate your time, and I appreciate all of you being here tonight. and sharing some of the difficulties that you're going through, because it's certainly just the tip of the iceberg, because there's a lot of folks. Just go check out our food pantries and see the demands on those food pantries this year compared to last year and the year before. It's skyrocketing. So thank you again for your time and appreciate it. I won't be supporting the proposed budget. I will be supporting Commissioner Scott's 1.15.
Commissioner. Are you done? Commissioners. Commissioners, we've been talking for a while, and I want to remind you, we have a motion and a second on the floor. And I know we have Commissioner Latvala and Peters to still go. Do you want to continue the discussion, or do you want to finish the motion in the second?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may be supportive of this, but I have a question. I'm supportive of the motion, but I have a question of either Barry or the motion maker. And that is, where are we getting the $18 million from in the budget? Because the commission has made it clear that we're not taking money from the libraries, despite my motion last meeting to do so. So that's a couple million there. And so where are we going to get the proposed cut from?
Is that for me?
Either one of you.
Well,
Yeah, is there any ideas, or keeping in mind that I may be supportive of this, depending on where it comes from?
I think that the county administrator and the department heads are best to know where they have the wiggle room in the budgets. I mean, my thoughts would be is look at the budgets that have increased, the department budgets that have increased the most over the last few years, and look at those first, and then kind of backtrack from there. But from a capital replacement and capital project standpoint, I mean, do we need to buy all the fire engines we're buying? Do we need to buy all the cruisers that we're buying this year? Do we need do we need to buy all the things that we're buying? I think if we went through and looked at it from that perspective, I think that we could probably find $18 million. I mean, in a $3.8 billion budget, $18 million is 1.47%. I realize that's a generalization because that's not all general fund budget, but we're talking about a drop of the bucket in the big scheme of things. So I think that there's room if we look.
Barry, what is your idea?
Well, we went through a budget process. Obviously, if we're going to take $18 million out of the budget, it needs to be distributed throughout the budget, which half of it is in the sheriff's office and our other constitutional officers. The BCC departments, my departments, have held to a 2.7% increase since I got here 5 years ago. Okay, sheriff's office is up to 7.4% per year over these last 5 years. The clerk, 7.4%. Supervisor of elections, 6.4%. And I would propose making cuts there because she's got mandates each and every year to just comply with the election laws that have been incorporated. This year, she had to add 4 positions from an unfunded mandate from the state of Florida. It was given to her, and it was not a choice. And just to comply with that mandate. So, I don't have we proposed some cuts in there, but I would have to distribute it equally.
Do you think that if we cut $9 or $10 million from the sheriff's budget, that will impact raises potentially?
I think it will absolutely impact raises. He's in negotiations. You've seen those advertised, and he's in a tough spot. He pays less than Largo currently. How do you pay less than Largo, St. Petersburg, Tampa, Hillsborough County? And that's the reason he requested such a large increase in it, to be able to keep his deputies competitive with surrounding jurisdictions.
So my issue, and this is no criticism of Commissioner Scott, who I have great respect for, as well as Commissioner Eggers and everybody else on the board, is that when I brought up ideas to cut the Parks Department, when we had action items. When I proposed cuts to the communications department, to the libraries, I even made during our budget workshop, I suggested cutting employee pay raises. There literally was crickets. And, now we're making motions to cut $18 million, and $10 million of that's going to come from the sheriff, and that's going to impact deputy pay raises. And I just, next year, I want to have a more collaborative process with the board. And I know that it's hard because we can only talk about it when we're here, but I come from a place in Tallahassee where it was very much member-driven. And if you didn't like things in the budget, you put things in, you try to take things out, and I'm very much appreciative we don't have a veto process here. But, we didn't just say, hey, we're going to pass a $80 billion budget and the Speaker of the House is going to tell us what's in it, on the last day of session. It was very, very much, member-driven, and we knew what was in it, as we were going forward. And so I don't like the idea of just, saying, hey, let's cut 18 million, but, we don't like, the idea we can't cut the libraries because, people use the libraries, and we can't cut the parks, we can't cut this, we can't cut that. Well, where are we going to cut?
So just to comment on that, we have a millage that we're currently, that is on top of what would be our regular millage rate. We've added a millage to, I'm trying to think of the amount, Barry. Was it 0.12?
Yeah, it's about 2.7. Is that correct, Chris?
I think the total millages that we've added is over 3.
No, well, I know I'm just talking the one we added this year.
It was just 0.02, I think, this year, but we
Yeah,
had.
it's about 2.7 million, I believe.
Yeah.
In actual dollars.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so, and there was, that was for this year, but we had it one last year as well.
Correct.
And that was, one of them was for the gas tax shortfall. There was 3, we've had 3. There was the gas tax shortfall, so explain the 3 millages.
So the first millage was a stabilization of the gas tax. We would have been out of funding in 2025, I believe, if I recall right. We added a millage to start addressing local roads. Those are the roads that are not on the penny that would have not been funded for resurfacings. And then this year, we wanted an additional 18 million, which is what we projected to cover our replacement cost at the right maintenance schedule. But because of simply not having sufficient, we proposed the 2.7.
So that's where the capital and the millage meets, right? Because if you got rid of those 2 millages, you'd have to essentially fund them somehow, right? I mean,
Well,
or make tough choices in our penny to come out.
Well, that's correct. So if you cut a penny fund, it doesn't impact your general fund. But if you cut road projects, then that are out of that additional millage, well, then that would be an ongoing fund.
Right.
So you could do that.
Yes.
What we would be removing is the local street program we rolled out last year.
Yeah, or we can add that into the penny, the amount that we're talking about each year, and figure out something else in the penny. So you could absorb that into the penny and make the tough decisions on the penny in other places. I'm just saying, that's.
I'm not chuckling. You absolutely could.
Okay.
You're exactly right. It would be a significant cut in projects, but yes, you absolutely
and so,
could.
but again, that discussion, I mean, again, just keep in mind that we have these budget workshops where you just kind of, you're digging in, you're going hard at work, and then Barry says, I'll be back to you July 18th, I think it was, with my proposed, based on all the conversations, here's the budget that we're presenting to you. And that's the budget from which we start having the conversations and the work and, and workshops and digging in. And it's not as much time as you think once we get that final budget. So, and I'm not criticizing because that's pretty normal part of the process. But it does take a little bit more work during the year. And I just brought that example up like earlier today. That is now in there. That extra $150,000 is in the budget now. It didn't need to be there. Those folks would have gotten 90% of what they asked for, or whatever that percentage was. It's just those incremental creeps. So we just have to be careful. I'm just saying that deep, hard look at the pennies. Where can we deal with it? And I'm telling you right now that the decision to, because we're a shoreline community, to raise the millage to 20.8%. When we have other monies, we have debt, and we have monies that would be coming back at some point anyway, because we're still getting money back from years ago in terms of reimbursement. We're going to get it. But we have monies. We have access to funds, and that's the main reason, the main driver to keep that 20.8%. We have that 4% extra money right now that we could spread out and get about halfway towards it would only be good for the next 4 years, but it helps in that transition time when we're trying to check that box where we say, residents, we hear you. We don't know that this is the smartest thing to do, but we're going to work hard to check that box to tell you that we do care. And I know we care, but it's symbolic. It means something. So anyway, those are just some thoughts and ideas. And again, there's a little, maybe a different approach to have specific ideas, like go to each of the years and cut this project out. We'd have to get to that point, right? But, I mean, you guys know it better than we do. And you know where the projects, if you had to prioritize out, where it would come from. I mean, your people know that. Your folks have prioritized those. So, we would have that discussion again. And we're at the 11th hour, right? So, but I totally support that. And I think, Brian, that was, again, you're just trying to figure a little way to be symbolically sympathetic to what's going on out there. I mean, somebody's brought up the insurance. It's crazy. Insurance is crazy right now. And so anyway, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Well, I was just going to mention that I believe somebody said buses as a place to cut, and I would be all for that. In fact, I was all for that. Unfortunately, we do not fund buses here. That's on the PSTA board, which I sit on, and last week I voted against their budget. But that is not something that we fund here.
Commissioner Justice has, oh, you're good? And I know you did. Commissioner Peters?
So my question is similar to Commissioner Latvala, and I'm not okay with cutting 911. I'm not okay with cutting the police officer's salary, because what you haven't considered is that the union could go into impasse if we cut their salaries, if we don't give them their salary increase. And if the union goes into impasse, that's a whole nother spider web that we've got to work with. So and I'm uncomfortable voting for it if I don't know where it's coming from. So if I knew where it was coming from, if it was going to be what Commissioner Eggers said, and we're going to take that transportation millage out and take penny money, I don't know what the repercussions are of that. I think there's more discussion that has to be made on that. But without knowing where it's coming from, because I would never support cutting our 911, and I'm not going to support putting us into an impasse with the union for the sheriff's department. And so I've got concerns about it because I don't know where it's coming from. And, if we, I definitely think next year, we've said it numerous times, that next year we have a very different approach. We're hopeful that the legislature will be more local government friendly than they were this year. And I get we want to save, I get it. I mean, I've been crying for lower millage rates every year for 4 years. 2 years we were successful. We're all hurting, everybody's hurting, we all have inflation, not one of us isn't paying it. We're all paying higher food, we're all paying higher insurance, we're all paying it. So we're all feeling it. But if I don't know where it's coming from, I'm uncomfortable voting for it. I can't vote for something I don't know where it's coming from and then all of a sudden hear that we just laid off 10 people in 911, and now people aren't getting responses. I can't vote for something if I don't know where it's coming from. Right now, we know what's going where, but unless we have a solid plan that it's going to be, whatever that millage is, and we're moving it, and we know it's coming out of transportation. And I'll tell you, when you let the roads go, then the cost to repair those roads, you have to replace them. If you're not maintaining them, the cost is about 4 times as much if you don't maintain them, because then you have to replace them. And so, if you don't pay now, you're going to pay a lot more later. And so without knowing, it's great to just throw a number out at the last minute at the 12th hour, but if you don't know where it's coming from, I'm uncomfortable with that. So I know Brian probably has a response to that, and I know Renee wants to speak.
Okay, to get us into proper order, you had to finish up?
I'm all set, thank you.
No, I'm talking to Commissioner
Well,
Lovell.
I was just going to suggest that, and I don't want to do any kind of substitute motion or anything like that, but I just wanted to bring up the idea that if this motion fails, if Commissioner Eggers would be willing to revisit his idea from last meeting, and instead of doing the same reserve amount that he did last meeting, do whatever reserve amount equaled $18 million reduction in the current of 20 point whatever percent, and adjusting the reserve amount, because we could just reduce the reserve amount too.
So can we
and
come
use the
back to
money.
that in just a minute
Yeah.
and let Commissioner Flowers have her comment, and then maybe we'll be in a posture to vote? Get that behind us and continue on? Okay, I'll get back to you in just a minute. Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had some things I wanted to address, but I just want to address the reserve rate concern that I have. There are several communities in South Florida who, because they did not have adequate reserves, they're trying to figure out how they're going to rebuild their communities from the last hurricane. If Idalia had come in a little closer than the 80 miles off that she was, or he was, however you want to name him, we would be very appreciative of the reserves that we have, and the reserves that we have could not rebuild us back to where we would want to be because of the increased cost for construction. So even though we do have a healthy reserve, and I'm appreciative of that, what we have would not be able to build us back to where we are right now. Mexico Beach, if you've been through there lately, it still looks like that hurricane just recently hit because they just didn't have enough to rebuild themselves. So I don't mind talking about reserves and maybe looking at another reserve policy, but I would not be supportive of that on tonight. The only other thing I wanted to say, especially, thank you, Commissioner Peters, when you were talking about the sheriff's office, because it would be in the form of salaries for the deputies. If it went to impasse, that would come back before us, any appeal, and we would have to work that out. I was a part of one of those, but it was just the fire department when I was on city council in St. Pete. And that went on for a very long time, and it got, in some instances, to be personal when it wasn't personal, but it got to be that way. And in the end, we ended up paying more than if we had just approved the salary increases at that time. I'm not saying that we are afraid of a conversation or that none of us could hold our own in that. I know we all could, but I'm just sharing that. But I want to share recent numbers from May 15th of 2023, just to share about what it costs to live in Pinellas County. For those who got an increase of their salary to just $15 an hour, they're only making $28,800 a year. According to the living wage calculator, you need to earn at least $36,000 before taxes to try to live comfortably. A family size of 3 at 30% AMI, and this is when we're talking about affordable workforce, a family size of 3 at 30% AMI is $24,860. We have some staff here in the county there. 50% is $39,150. 80% is 62,550. So between 50 and 80% AMI, that is our teachers, our firefighters, and our police officers. 120% AMI is 93,960. That's more administration. So when we talk about utilizing our funds for workforce or affordable housing, another fancy term they have now is attainable housing, that 50 and 80% AMI are our 911 operators, our firefighters, our EMTs, the people we just acknowledged and presented to on today. That's them. That's them. And so I'm not going to support what has been presented as it relates to the millage rate. I did support on both years the decrease in the millage rate. I did support that because it was justifiable at that time. But as I shared early on, individual households have increases in costs. To operate a county government has an increase in costs. When we cut, we're cutting because we are a service-oriented organization. We provide a service to the public. So if we cut, we're starting to cut people and services. So that means when you go into Mike Twitty's office, that means you're going to wait a lot longer. When you go into Charles Thomas's office, you're going to wait a lot longer. And I know I got concerns and complaints even through when they had the system where you had to make an appointment before you went in. Certainly, we just experienced, I think all of us got some of the calls about the 911 center. So much so that we've started the internal training component to try to hire and get that ramped up. And I think we've been successful in that area. We've looked at our contracts for sanitation. We've looked at putting in the meters to read water bills so persons aren't going out door to door, so that's pulling back. We've looked at every single department, each department that has come and presented before us, and they've had to present before us either holding the line or reducing their departments. When you start reducing departments, that's a reduction in your service delivery. So I'm not going to support what has been presented. Persons may not agree, but I think we've been good stewards of the funds that are received, and I believe that we are giving the residents the services that they are asking for us to give. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Peters?
Thank you. The one question I forgot to ask is for Barry. So if we explain to me how when you spend reserves, and try and do it in layman's terms so I understand really well, if you take the money from reserves, what does that mean 2 years from now? Like 2 years from now. So if you take the money from reserves, where's the fallout on taking money for, so if we took money from reserves to pay the salary for the sheriff's department,
For instance,
okay, so let's say we're going to use it for salary.
Correct.
So that's a recurring thing. Explain the repercussions of doing that.
So if you took 10 million from reserves and you gave it to the sheriff to pay the salary increases, then next year you're $10 million short just to stay even on your budget, because that's a one-time cost and the salaries are ongoing cost.
Okay, so reserves are basically for one time. You can't really use them for ongoing recurring.
Correct.
Okay, and did the tax collector give his raises before we did the budget process?
He did.
So that's already done and committed, and
He has the statutory authority to do that.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. So I still believe that staff is best able to determine where $18 million could come from. To Commissioner Egger's point earlier, you know, we had on the budget today, or on the agenda earlier today, $155,000 that we don't really even know about until that gets to us. So those are things that we don't really even see in advance. And that's kind of that creep that he was talking about. And what I'm worried about is the trend that I'm seeing and where we're going, which is why I am suggesting that we pull the throttle back a little bit, because I'm very concerned that we're going to a place that we can't go to and will make Pinellas County completely unaffordable. Particularly in a county where we have a $3 billion fund balance, and trying to find $18 million, it's like lunch, So it seems to me almost ridiculous that we're having this much discussion about it. But if we want to look exactly where some things are going to come from, I know where we can get $8 million from, and that we've got $8 million of penny money set aside for PSTA Transit Center that the city of Clearwater having some major heartburn over right now anyways. We could take that off of the table for the time being at least until that gets figured out. There's $8 million right there, and then for the other $10 million, I would say let staff put their heads together and figure out where that's going to come from.
Madam Clerk, would you reread the motion that's on the floor, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. The motion is for a 0.15 millage reduction, or $18 million, and it was seconded by Commissioner Eggers.
Commissioner Flowers. Oh, Peters, I'm so sorry.
So again, that's capital money that we're taking.
Correct.
So is in the sheriff's request and the other requests, any of the capital, I think, is the medical unit capital, cars were capital? We can't use it for salary because it's...
We funded up all the capital. That's how we spent down the reserves, which was a request of this board. And so you would simply bring that into reserves. Or switch out that with Penny or something like that.
But it would be one time only, and next year we would be short that $8 million if we spend it on something else.
My recommendation is you would not use a capital, a one-time cost to supplant a millage, because that has an ongoing cost.
And so for that 50-some million that's extra this year, there's nothing that's capital, it's all salary.
The 56 million,
Yeah.
the items that we identified in capital, we even took, for instance, we were really trying to be cognizant of that. Even within the sheriff, we used a little bit of one time and then the rest ongoing for his cars because they're on a replacement cycle, and this was a heavy cycle year. So we used our reserves to spend down that reserve to get that at an acceptable level to be able to do that.
Okay, and how much was the leap year costing us?
700 some odd thousand.
100.
And that came out of one-time money.
So Commissioner Scott, just to be clear, you're talking about taking capital money that's a one-time money and putting it in for recurring money that would then next year set as kind of, that's my concern.
Well, what I'm suggesting is that we reprioritize money. Barry mentioned earlier that there were, between the exchange with Commissioner Eggers, where we could reprioritize funds in general fund and penny money. So that's what I'm saying, is that we've got $8 million set aside in penny money for a transit center that right now is questionable. Right. So let's take that and figure out how to reprioritize that. And there's 8 million of 18 million, if we're looking for specific places to cut.
Commissioners, I certainly don't want to inject myself into this conversation. This is yours. But I believe we have a contract. We already voted and passed it. Well, I know we voted and passed it, but I'm trying to look back to staff whether we have an agreement that they used for their federal grant application on PSTA.
That's what I was going to say.
I just don't, I don't know the answer to that, and it's my only concern.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
That is correct, Barry. We needed to have some match, we needed to match a certain dollar amount in order to be able to pull funds down to complete the project. So that was, because if you recall when we came, when we talked about it, that's why. So anyway, it's just.
We are absolutely the last money in.
Yeah.
Projections, if they don't go over budget, we wouldn't spend anything. I just don't know the answer on contractually where that is. That's my only concern. That's the reason I raise it for you. And again, that would still be one-time money.
Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, I think that, again, I think to be pure about it, and again, I think best practices and purity are together. And on the one hand, we don't want to use best practices on the reserve policy, but we want to be pure and match the types of funds. I get it. The only place that really does that is with those additional millages that we're talking about and exchanging with the capital or penny money. So you can take penny money out, say you just desperately need that. I'm talking about take certain projects out, lump them and finance them and spread it out over a longer period of time, and then you can get rid of that millage put it back, put the millage numbers that you get rid of that millage, put them back in your penny. And that's really the only things you can do. I mean, in terms of trying to keep matching the funds that you're talking about properly. And I appreciate it. I'm not trying to downplay that, but it's really the only things you can do. I mean, and we have zero debt, except we have sewer fund debt. But, you know, we really can be responsible. Those debts that we're talking about, and remember, those penny expenditures are for the next 5-6 years. But those are 20 and 30, they have 20 and 30-year life, some of that stuff. That's legitimate for bonding. I mean, you can pull out some of that money and it frees up penny. And then you can put that money that you've raised the millage on, put it into that penny schedule. And then you get rid of that millage, get rid of that 0.12, whatever it is. And to me, that's the only way you can do it. And it provides an alternative. So, and you're not getting rid of monies, you're not getting rid of programs, you're just, you're respecting the people of today and letting the people of tomorrow enjoy some of the payments of what they're going to be using anyway. So, anyway.
Okay, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is what they talk about when they say you don't want to see the sausage being made. You're seeing that process right out tonight. These are the conversations we should have had 3 months ago. These are the conversations we should have had 3 months ago when we were asked for ideas of where you want to cut the budget. Where do you want to cut? It is absolutely a reasonable position to have a smaller budget. But it's also, as Commissioner Latvala said, if you want to make that cut, you have a responsibility to say, okay, here's the service levels I'm willing to live with. With all due respect, I don't think we should change our debt policy tonight, trying to patch this hole over here. One of the things that we all talk about is that Pinellas County has the lowest debt ratio of any urban county in Florida. We're incredibly proud of that. That is because of the penny for Pinellas. I don't want to say, well, we're going to patch this over here so that, but because we have the flexibility to bond later. That's not where I want to be in a position to do. If you go back a couple years ago, there was discussion of raising the gas tax. Commissioner Scott, you're familiar with that. This commission, or the commission that existed then, decided not to raise the gas tax, but instead set aside a portion of the millage, because we were going to lower the millage rate even more. But we said we're not going to lower it as much in order to catch up that road fund, the sidewalks and the repaving and all those things that everyone was so, said it was so critical at that point. And now we want to try and, to me, it seems like a last-minute shuffle. I don't think this is a way that you craft a budget, and I am not going to support the motion on the floor.
Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we're able to do the $8 million from the transit center in Clearwater.
You have an interlocal agreement with PSTA. You have an interlocal agreement with PSTA. Staff just confirmed for me.
Okay. Could we use, and I don't know if I would want to use all of our reserves for this, but could we use the reserves for the $18 million? Especially since we've increased the reserve level?
If you use reserves for $18 million, then what are you gonna do when that money's gone? And now you've got a hole in your budget just to pay salaries. It's not reoccurring.
Yeah.
And again, that's why I said, when you talk about using reserves, you can't use it one time. I mean, you can, if I were going to use it, I'd spread it over 4 or 5 years to provide time to get a change in approach. So, I mean, that's not that complicated. I mean, we could do that and spread it out, but we don't have the reserves to do that because of the new policy. That policy would have to be changed. And I think, again, you know, we're looking for reasons to do something or reasons not to do it. And I think, you know, I mean, we don't need to keep beating this to death. I think people are expressing their opinions, so I would go ahead and call the vote.
Right, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Do we need to repeat the motion again, Darrell-Lynn?
I can. The motion was made by Commissioner Scott for a 0.15 millage reduction, and Commissioner Eggers was the second.
Okay. What are the wishes of the board? Are you all in favor? All nay? Nay. The motion fails. Okay.
Back to your script.
All right.
So go on to adoption of the resolutions, Madam Chairman.
I'm sorry, do we go to the alternate?
No, you don't need to. Stay on your script. On page 7,
Okay.
the board must now consider resolutions.
The board must now consider the resolution FY24 millage rates and budgets. As stated earlier, we will adopt the final millage rates and final budgets in the following sections. BCC countywide, to include the general fund and health department, and 2, the dependent special districts and MSTUs. The resolutions adopting the final millages and budgets for the dependent special districts and MSTUs require a unanimous vote. If a unanimous vote is not received, we will need to adopt each of these separately. I will now ask the county administrator to proceed with the readings, and for communications, display Schedule A that will be referenced during the readings and votes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will announce each resolution separately for the board's action. Per Florida statutes, the board will vote on the final millage first and then final budget for each taxing authority. We will start with the consideration of the BCC countywide millage rates and budgets, which include the Pinellas County General Fund and the county levy for the Health Department Fund. For the General Fund, I recommend an adoption of the final millage levy of 4.7398, which reflects a 10.51% increase over the rollback rate of 4.2889.
May I have a motion to adopt the final millages? It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Justice. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
I recommend adoption of the final budgets.
May I have a motion to adopt?
No, this is still in the general fund. This is for the budget.
I moved approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Justice. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
This is for the Health Department Fund. I recommend adoption of the final millage levy of 0.0713, which is 0% increase over the rollback rate of 0.713.
May I have a motion to adopt the final millage? It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The
I
motion passes.
recommend adoption of the final budgets.
Move approval of the final budget adoption.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Justice. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
We'll now consider the millage rates and budgets of dependent special districts and MSTUs. I recommend adoption of the final millage rates for the dependent special districts and MSTUs as detailed in Schedule A, which is in your paper handout and being displayed and was previously posted to the county website.
May I have a motion?
Move approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Justice. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes.
I recommend adoption of the final budgets.
Move approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Now, Commissioners, before I complete the final recommendations to adopt everything, As we discussed earlier tonight, the emergency repairs out on our beach require funding. And so at this time, I'm proposing that we amend the tentative budget that'll begin October 1st in the amount of $21 million this is to increase project 006241A, which is post-Adelia Emergency Shore Stabilization, and Fund 3001 with multiple cost centers and multiple programs, decreasing reserve levels in Fund 3001, the Capital Projects Fund, by the same amount of $21 million. These are previously transferred tourism development funds specifically for beach renourishment projects. This does not affect the general fund or any millage rates or infrastructure sales tax penny for Pinellas.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor, please say
I
aye.
have a comment.
Commissioner Eggers.
I'm sorry, I think it's important to note, this is a big deal. We have to do this. So, but we have to get that relationship with the Army Corps. We all know that sitting around this room, so that we can have the potential to be refunded or reimbursed for these costs, or for them to lead the way in splitting the costs. We can't do that this time. And we're going to try to get some reimbursement from the state.
We're going to try to get reimbursement of the state. The $6 million I discussed before, which is down for the one section, the Sunset Beach, we have funds that we can use for the remainder of the 23 budget, but Kelly said they're moving quickly and they're going to mobilize quickly, and so I wanted to have this comfort. I have appropriations to be able to do any work before the next meeting. Again, I'll bring back final approvals or final amounts.
And when this passes, you make sure that those folks in Jacksonville know that we're putting our money where our mouth is.
Yes.
And that this is extremely important to Pinellas County. The public safety and the infrastructure and all of that is at risk because of their bad policy. So, thank you.
Actually, it's people's lives at risk if we don't get this done.
Did that pass?
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
That was done?
Oh, I'm sorry, he stopped us.
I got confused.
apologize.
Somebody moved that. Who was the move?
He moved,
Scott
Brian moved
moved.
and I made the second.
Scott
I'm sorry,
moved
Commissioner Scott.
the motion, and Commissioner Flowers seconded it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, with that.
Commissioners, I recommend the board adopt the resolution adopting the final 2024 county budget, which includes the 2025 through 2030 strategic plan as filed and available for review at the Board of Records.
I move approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. All of those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion passes. With that, unless the board members have any further comments, this final.
Just one quick comment.
Okay.
Thank
Go
you. Hearing the comments tonight and from the public and from everyone else, I think it really, as we work towards building our budget for next year, that we need to find a way of working with our budget staff and our communications team to be able to explain that it's not a $3 billion necessary budget, but it's several. It's a $600 million budget. It's a $200 million budget. It's a $100 million budget. And they are all silos of resources and silos of expenditures that can't necessarily interact with each other. And I think we just need to find a better way to explain it to the public. And I think that's on us, that's not on you. So I think as we work towards next year's budget, I think that should be a priority. Thank you.
All right. Unless the board members have any further comments, this final public hearing for the FY24 budget is closed.
Like children.
Thank
Like
you,
children.
everyone.
Thank you, Madam Chair.